a little greater. It was originally set at 70% because the information we had at the time was that 30% of the overall cost of maintaining a rental unit were financing costs, and we assumed that those would not increase with inflation.
Right, right, except if, you also have a standard of increasing the net operating income. So, if you allowed the annual increase to be greater than 70%, you'd also be allowing growth in the net operating income.
Mm-hmm.
So it's an overall package. I see the annual increase, not just to cover operating cost increases. And,
if I can just kind of maybe ask something in a slightly different way that could get at some of the points that you've already made. One of the things that I'm interested in is figuring out whether what we need to be doing in redrafting the ordinance is whether to tweak different pieces, whether to kind of look at it and say, some of the stuff that you were just talking about, maybe there's a way to simplify by taking 5 different processes and make it 3, or whether there's too many of those, and whether it's kind of an approach starting at a much higher level to say slightly different concept, and it would be helpful to hear as you go along what you think about that in terms of any of the particulars of ours, not necessarily in the details, but in how best to approach it, and maybe a sense of where we are on the continuum of that with relatively straightforward, simple ordinance versus really complicated.
Well, I'd say there's no way of having a perfect ordinance, of course, and my reaction is now you have a lot of pieces that do little things, and I would say it would be better to have one big simple piece, let's say, and really have the annual increase be pretty much it, which I realize it is now for most apartment owners, and and reduce the reliance on the other mechanisms, because I don't think they add to the process. And the other process I saw is you had financing adjustments in your ordinance, and I don't think the rent increases should be dependent on the financing in any way. It's more a policy. You're regulating the rents, allowing some kind of growing income stream, whatever it is. And financing, whether an owner finances this way or that way, or their interest rates go up or down, that's more an investment consideration. I mean, look at it this way. In a land use regulation, a plot of land is zoned for a certain use, you wouldn't say somebody could use it in a different way, if, a higher use if they have disadvantageous financing, etc. You'd say that's not our business. We're allowing you to use it this way, and the investment is your business. And that's one way. And actually, the California courts have said that some courts in California have said that it's illegal to discriminate among owners dependent on their financing situation. They say it has no rational basis. I mean, not all courts in California have said that. And so that's a reaction. And yeah, I just think, as I say, just to simplify the process overall, and have it less dependent on these individual mechanisms, except for the utilities. I think with the utility increase, because that's a critical difference between owners, whether or not they pay the utilities.
Yeah.
I think the best thing to do would be collect some information, which wouldn't be a huge task, finding out what the typical utility expense ratios for apartment owners that pay that gas and electricity, or pay one or the other, and then allow some kind of annual surcharge based on the percentage increase in that cost, rather than have a fixed amount. So, for example, rather than having 1% extra for owners that pay utilities every year, let's say utilities are 10% of expenses. In one year, let's say they go up 10%, well, then you multiply the ratio by the percentage increase, if you follow what I'm saying. And if
So
another-
you mean 10% on average? Supposing one landlord had 30% utilities and somebody else had 5%, you're talking about averaging them out?
Yes. I mean, let me
You're
say.
not going case by case?
Right. Yeah, an alternative is you could go case by case, but that's, that's more complicated. And if there's a big dispersion among properties, maybe a better alternative would be to develop a pass-through system. But it's a little tricky because if you have a pass-through system, there's no incentive for efficiency.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I mean, what I've seen more is the cities will have, for example, an extra 1% if an owner pays this or that utility. And I'm going one step farther in saying the surcharge each year should be tied to the rate and the cost increase in that year. Because some years utilities might not go up, and sometimes they might go up 25%.
Yeah, we're getting particularly large increases in utility rates because of deregulation some
Right.
years back.
Oh, okay.
You all know about that
Yeah,
problem.
we're experts in deregulation.
Did you have a question?
Just quickly on the utility thing, that's not likely to be necessarily long-term because of the deregulation, we're getting hit by one huge bump. And it's not necessarily true that this will then follow every year because these guys
Right.
are catching up and they told us, or they told some people they're going to be catching up and now they're catching up. But my other question is about the annual rate and increasing it. And I will pin you down to a number. I mean, ours is 70% of
Right.
inflation. And I could see, going somewhat higher under some circumstances. My concern is that the purpose of the capital improvement petition was to facilitate or encourage repairs and maintenance on the building. And that you would do the repairs and your incentive was then you could get the increase. If I allow rent increases to the point that they don't need to file capital improvement petitions, it also means they could simply take the higher rents, and not do any work. In other words, it would just operate like the market, which is charge the maximum amount of rent and do the minimal amount of work on the property. So the theory behind what we had done was to kind of tie the improvement to the increase in income.
I guess, okay, my perception is that it's more a situation, I mean, owners have to do certain work to maintain the buildings. And I don't know if you looked at it, did a survey, whether it was be a question of them doing extra work because they have this incentive, or they're getting rent increases for work that would be normally done anyway.
And we were the law is supposed to try to avoid that. In other words, you're not supposed to be able to get a rent increase for replacing a faucet.
No, I understand, but I
Right.
mean normal capital improvements. You replace the roof
Right.
after a certain number of years, and I think regardless of whether or not you have that incentive there, I mean, that has to be done, or will be done in the course of owning the building. I follow what you're saying, that
Yeah.
the theory, that it is in theory it's an incentive, and I guess what I'm questioning whether it actually is.
Acts as an incentive. Okay.
Because I sort of see it turning around is that, if you allow a certain, level of increase, these capital improvements are really normal operating expenses. I mean, they're a non-recurring operating expense. And if you allow capital improvement increases, you're giving an incentive to move the expenses into that category.
I would agree. That's one of the issues we've talked about is trying to draw a line so that things don't become capital improvements that shouldn't be capital improvements, that regular maintenance items stay regular maintenance items. But I also understand your point.
I mean, do you have a ceiling on the capital improvement increases, or?
We have,
We have a
it's a
ceiling on what
minimum.
they can take at one point. Well, there's a minimum amount of expense you have to incur for it to be capital improvements, but there really isn't an effective way of preventing people from taking a bunch of normal repairs and sort of accumulating them and doing them all at once. We've had problems with things like that.
There's a 50%
Do you want to,
rent increase that you
Ken, do you want to sit up at the table so we can hear your contribution to the discussion?
just explaining that there's a 15% cap, annual cap on the increases you
And
can
what can
get
be
for
taken.
capital improvements that you make. So if most large improvements will have to be phased in over a series of years, and the poor improvements you get backed up, kind of more of a delay on the return on your investment.
Okay, but 15%, that's a big increase.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
what are, I mean, in your experience, what are do you know what most of the capital improvement increases are for? Or?
I don't know, maybe that's something Jean could answer.
Basically for painting, replacing a refrigerator, replacing a carpet, a stove, windows, roof. And some of them are really repairs. Like when code enforcement come in and cite these landlords and they do the repairs, like patch and paint, they file a capital improvement petition on that. As long as the item is $200 or more.
More per unit.
Right. Per item.
Do you feel they would do it less often if they didn't get this increase? Or?
Well, it works both ways. They might or they might not. I've heard some complain about because the percentage is so low, that's why they do it. And then you have some that just do it.
Right.
But it's also not recurring. I mean, that's one thing.
It's not recurring.
Because you can't file for a refrigerator and then 8 years later file for a refrigerator again, because the increase doesn't get rolled back.
Right.
And you've kept that increase forever, then you could come in and say the refrigerator costs more, and you could theoretically file for the difference in cost, but
Right.
you could not file for a whole refrigerator again, or a whole roof again, or anything again in its entirety, because you got to keep the
prior
it's
increase.
permanently built into
Okay, it's
your
a
rent.
permanent increase.
Yeah.
Right.
So you're theoretically supposed to be banking it. And at that point, if you don't bank it, that's your responsibility.
Right, right.
Terry, did you want to?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I guess I was thinking this is an interview of you and whether you come with the city, and I think we've kind of gotten down into details pretty quickly tonight. I'm still back with questions on the interview.
Okay.
We serve different constituencies. We have certainly a lot of tenants in the city, and we have also the landlords who own the buildings. And so one of the things that we've struggled with over the last year as we've worked on the rent stabilization law is trying to balance the needs of the different groups. And so I just wonder if you could speak a little to that and how well suited you feel that you are to not just address the needs of the landlords or of the tenants, but or of the taxpayers, which is another constituency that's interested in the rent stabilization. But how you balance that approach in your work?
Well, I think I've worked on trying to draft laws that are, fair and objective, which I think is very important. And when I presented reports, I presented the pros and cons of different approaches. Now, of course, nobody likes to be regulated, so the fact that I've, worked on rent control ordinances, people are critical, I'm associated with that. But I think I've been fair and balanced, and I've prepared reports that, residents have been happy with. I've prepared reports that residents have been unhappy with. I'm talking about fair profit cases. And but I've always tried to present a balanced picture, showing the counter arguments to my views as well as the arguments for them in my analysis. As far as the taxpayers go, I've always recommended to the cities I've worked with that they adopt some kind of registration fee for administering the program. Of course, that's a policy issue whether you want to do that or not.
I think obviously there's going to be some time that you would have to spend to become familiar with
Right.
the laws within the city. Do you have a feel for how long that would take you?
Well, when you say the laws,
The
mainly
rent stabilization laws.
that does not take a long time. I mean, I'm used to looking at these kind of laws. I mean, that's a very quick process.
And how familiar are you with the laws of the state of Maryland?
That I'm not. That I'm not. And I don't know if there's something critical for, rent control in the state law. I thought there might be is regarding evictions, but that's a separate issue. Well, it could be related to rent control, or it might not be.
And then just one last question, that is, I think tonight you've heard with some of the discussion that, there are a lot of ideas that people have, and kind of the feeling that I get is that there's openness to, suggestions, not just in the things that we think of to ask, but other areas of rent stabilization.
Right.
And in fact, I could see that your recommendations might come back with some significant changes to our approach to some of these things. I just wondered, you've done this kind of work in other jurisdictions, and how, what kind of approach you normally use, and how you go about doing that.
Well, normally what I do is I go through the ordinance, carefully, obviously. I contact owner representatives and, resident representatives or tenant representatives, get their view, talk to people on the city staff, et cetera, get input from different points, and write up a report where I propose conceptually what changes, then the concepts are reviewed, and then if they're accepted, then I draft a particular, are accepted, some are accepted, some are rejected.
Okay. And I think you would also benefit from the past public hearings and comments and discussions this council has had on rent stabilization. There's numerous of those that are available, as we said, on the website, and probably some predate our use of the streaming video on the website. But I think those would all be beneficial, because you would certainly get a volume of input from landlords and from some of the tenants and other residents of the city that would be helpful. And also here, I think all of the council members' varied opinions on the law.
No, I imagine, yeah.
All right, thank you.
I like your idea of sort of dealing from the conceptual level down to the detailed level. We've been sort of doing that, working through. But speaking for myself, I think the piece of it that I've had a hard time with is, we can make, and we do get a number of different suggestions from various council members on how we deal with a particular part. But at the time that we're working on that, other than, the experience some of us who've been on the council for a long time have, it's not at all clear when we're discussing this change what the impact on everything else would be. And that may be a piece that we're missing. Maybe one way of sort of thinking about that would be to go back to what you were talking about capital improvement petitions. The concept behind the capital improvement petitions was basically, as Mark said, to encourage people to maintain their properties. We sort of do that through both a carrot and a stick approach. The stick is we do code enforcement. And
I was going to mention that,
yeah. And we have recently, because of personnel concerns, contracted with the county, which has a larger code enforcement staff than we were able to maintain, and a more skilled one, to do code enforcement. So they do code enforcement for us. But the idea was that rather than just beating on property owners and saying you're doing a lousy job of code enforcement, you would also give them a way that if they did maintain their properties up to code, that the expense that they had to put into doing that would be directly reflected in the increase in the rents. And the idea would be that, everybody would get this sort of small annual increase, and then if you put actual money over and above your sort of normal basic operating expenses into maintaining the unit, you could get that back also. So it was intended to be an incentive. And I guess I'm sort of circling around to the same place where Mark was, that I'm wondering that if you give the larger increases, then all of the burden of maintaining the quality of maintenance that people do, all of the burden falls onto code enforcement. And you have to, you're really, people are getting the money, and then you're having to fine them if they're not,
Right.
if they're not keeping up the property to the quality that the increases that you're giving them would account for. And that's sort of I'm just sort of thinking about that as a concept compared to what we're doing now. Do you have any experience in sort of looking at those two points of view or those two approaches?
Well, yeah, I mean, this issue has come up in California a lot, and the difference between, let's say, in the California cities and here is there's vacancy decontrol. And so what happens is the rents have been going up so quickly that the apartment owners have incentive to maintain the buildings anyway. And I follow what you're saying. I mean, there are two sides to the capital improvement issue. One hand, if it's an incentive, it's important. And I guess my point is also the way you should look at it, is it actually an incentive, or is it just giving people money for the people who are want to go through the process, and not giving money for people who don't want to go through the process? I mean, that could be another reality. I don't know. But I mean, it's in an apartment owner's interest to paint, especially the exterior of their building, because if they don't, and if they wait, it's going to even cost more to paint, and there's going to be other damage to the building. So I'm just saying, but I mean, I follow what you're saying, the view behind this, that it is an incentive. And I guess and without, interested in looking at, the capital improvement cases, analyzing them, see what's actually happening, what they're at.
It seems to be one way of dealing with that, and you'd have to look at the cases, would be to look at delineating what we've talked about, which is what are really true capital improvements from all the maintenance stuff. And, I mean, I disagree with the interpretation of the way the law has been handled, because having sat on the council when we passed it, it was never our intention to let people accumulate a bunch of stuff to equal $200. It was supposed to be every individual item, and it was deliberately done that way so that people couldn't go into an apartment and pull together every $25, thing they patched up and say, oh, this is my capital improvement now, because that's not even the IRS's definition of capital improvement. So, I think some clarity between those two would prevent the passing over of annual maintenance into capital improvements, but would deal with the more substantial issues like dealing with the roof or more substantial repairs that maybe aren't immediately called for by the code, but I think we've heard people say that things deteriorate before they actually violate the code, and they don't look well and they don't function as well as they should. And if it was your house, you'd probably fix it, but if it's not, you don't fix it until it's a code violation. And so that, to the extent that it's incentive, it gives a reason to deal with things sooner than later. But the other question I wanted to ask you is, are there standards now around net operating income? Because one of the ways we've talked about simplifying, our hardship petition, or maybe petitions in general, is our system references a variety of different ways you can demonstrate that the annual increase has created a hardship for you. That your expenses have continued to increase faster. Right. And we originally set up a baseline year, 1990 I think it was, and then we gave people a bunch of alternatives, and one of the alternatives was you could just use a net operating income formula for your building, and if your income was, your net operating income was below what it should be, then you could get an increase up to the formula level. And I think I've seen references in other codes to use of net operating income, and I wonder whether you have any familiarity with using that as a baseline or...
Yeah, yes. I mean, actually, I was the one who in California pushed that type of formula, using a base period net operating income, defining that as a fair return. and then
Okay.
using that system. And to me, it's the only logical fair return system.
And that would simplify some things for us then.
Right, but my understanding is, I mean, you do have, when reading the ordinance, it seemed like it was in there.
I thought it was in there too, but again, it's been interpreted as you have to get permission to use any other year than the base year. And again,
When you say you have to give permission, you mean?
well, you have to demonstrate why you shouldn't have to use the 1990 base year.
Oh, okay.
Which, again, was not what we had intended, but has become how it's gotten carried out. And the idea was you had a series of alternatives, and you could use the base year, or you could use the net operating income floor. And I just, since people have a hard time reproducing a 1990 base year, and owners may have a hard time producing any base year, if I buy a building today, there's no guarantee that the person's kept good records going back 3 years, let alone 20 years. But it would just be simpler to use a net operating income formula unless a person could prove something better otherwise.
When you say simpler, you mean the base one or a percentage?
Well, as a
I'm not sure what you
as a basis of demonstrating a hardship,
Right.
would we be better off just using the NOI? You should be able to perform up to the NOI, and if you're not, then you should be able to get an increase.
Okay, I'm not sure, do you mean that the NOI has to be a certain percentage of the gross, or?
Yeah.
Okay, the problem with that is buildings have all different NOI ratios.
I've seen, yeah.
Depending on their age. And let's say you say hypothetically 50% is fair, then if somebody's now at 60% of NOI, you can reduce their income to 50%, and they can't get any adjustment for that. And another building could be at 40%, it's an old building, so you say you're allowed to bring it up. So you're creating a standard ratio when you have all different types of buildings in lieu of preserving the existing ratio. By preserving the existing ratio, you're ensuring that the rent increases cover the operating cost increases.
Right, and I guess the issue that's come up is landlords who, after over a period of time, would say that my income has fallen to the point,
Such a low point.
and then and then preserving the previous year's ratio
It's
may in
too
itself
low.
be too low, but they can't go back
Because they don't have the records.
because they don't have or the person they bought it from didn't convey all the records they should have to establish, what a good income was for the building, before this downward trend occurred.
Yeah.
So I guess, what we need to do is find a way to address that kind of situation that, A, doesn't give away the store on the one hand, but which is fair on the other hand.
Right, I follow what you're saying, and I don't know whether there could be proxies for some kind of, expenses. I mean, if I understand, you don't want to reduce somebody's net operating income, but on the other hand, they don't have the records to show that it has been reduced over time. I mean, the other thing that is important, it's not exactly rent control, but I was thinking you should have a disclosure requirement. This would help you in the future, that when somebody seller sells an apartment building, they should have to disclose to the buyer, here's the rent control, and also the disclosure should include that they should get the records from the prior owner. Because the owners are on notice of the system, or you should
Right.
make sure they're on
Yeah.
notice. Because if you have one of the drawbacks, there's no absolute right or wrong, but one of the drawbacks, if you don't require old records, what happens is if people have old records if they're convenient, and they don't have them if they're not convenient. I mean, I see that all the time.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm in a lot of cases where even somebody will come in just after they've bought a property and say they don't even know what the expenses were in the year before they bought it. And you think, well, how did they spend millions of dollars and not look at the operating expenses before they bought the property? And, the other thing I'd say about the incentives for the capital improvements, if you have a net operating income system, the capital improvements count as an expense. So it's not as, let's say it's not a pure pass-through anymore, but they are looked at. So if the overall expenses are not covered by the rent increases, including the amortized cost of the capital improvement, you are giving increases for that,
Right.
or would if you have that kind of system.
So when you say that kind of system, you're talking about something that's like a pass-through system?
Well, no, I'm talking about the net operating income system where you guarantee the growing net operating income.
I see. So instead of having a percentage across the board, you'd guarantee a net operating income across the board?
Well, a certain level of growth.
Okay.
Growth. There's been 20% inflation. How much is the NOI going up during that period? And what I saw in your standard is you do guarantee that it has to go up half the inflation rate.
Under the hardship petition process?
Right.
Yes.
But not for everybody?
Right.
I mean, the hardship...
Right. Yeah, because basically your annual adjustment doesn't allow for much growth in net operating income.
Right.
I mean, I'd be curious what the apartment owners would say if they had a choice between the capital improvements process or getting a little larger increase, and of course you couldn't ask them whether it would have an effect on whether or not they'd have to do the capital improvements, because
I don't know that we've had very many. I know we've had one, but I don't know how many hardship petitions we've had. They have said to us that they don't think it's a workable process because of the amount of detail involved. So I don't know we have much experience with that. But there is concern. I think there's concern among the property owners. There's concern among our staff. There's concern with everyone who works with the capital improvement process that it's difficult. And so somewhere between the concept, which I still think has some validity, although I can see what you're saying, and how it came out, it's definitely not simple anymore. And there may be some things that we could do that would preserve at least some of the incentives we're trying to maintain, and yet do it in a slightly different way. Are there other questions?
Not a question, just a quick thought that as you were talking, I thought, yes, that could be a general statement for all of rent control. Maybe it used to be simple, but it's not anymore.
Well, in our own defense, I think one thing we haven't done, though I've seen in other cities' rent control ordinances, is they put in, every time they have a little problem, they put in an exception. And they put in another exception, they put in another exception. And pretty soon there are more exceptions than there are rules.
Right.
And you maintain a very well-fed rent control attorney group in those cities, which we have, we haven't done so many exceptions. We have fairly complicated processes, but they're pretty consistent across the board. And I think otherwise it's very difficult to maintain a fair ordinance if you don't do that. So that's something I would like to see us continue to do, and not write in exceptions for every time we run into an issue.
I guess, from hearing your comments, my overall reaction, I mean, the capital improvements issue, it's a policy issue, and there are pluses and minuses doing different ways. I think the financing, though, you should not be in the business of looking at that. And I think you should have this methodology for dealing with the utility cost increases, because they're real. They're not there's no, and nobody has any control over them, or at least we don't.
No, I would agree with both of those suggestions. Where do the financing issues come in? You mean on the capital improvement petition?
No, what I mean is you have all these, if I understand them correctly, in your ordinance you have these varying provisions that allow, if there are increases in financing cost, that they're considered.
You mean as part of the capital improvements petition?
No. Just, if I understand, if an owner incurs increased financing cost.
As part of the hardship process?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Yes. I mean, we do address them differently, and I think that was an attempt to sort of make the hardship petition process sort of the catch-all. If someone actually couldn't make a go of it under any other way, they could always, petition under the hardship petition process. But I'm not sure that we succeeded, since no one seems willing to use it.
Right.
I mean, we did this because we originally only had capital improvements. And people said, my problems are not capital improvement problems, they're
hardship.
there's the slow deterioration of income, which isn't addressed by that. And so we put in the capital improvement process to try to address the concerns that landlords had about declining incomes
I mean, the hardship process.
in the hardship process, yeah.
Well, you have to have that kind of provision in your law.
Yeah. I mean, the changes that have made it more complicated are largely because landlords have come and said, these things aren't workable,
Right.
or our previous law didn't include enough ways of dealing with the issues that they had raised. So we changed it.
But I think the discussion that we're sort of just touching on about whether the capital improvement process is the best way for us to achieve the kinds of things we want to do is the kind of thing that we need to talk about. I think that would be useful. The kinds of discussions we've tended to have either been global discussions about, what's the rationale behind rent stabilization, or it's down to the, what percentage should the utility costs be allowed to go, or how do you calculate that based on which thing. And I think these kinds of discussions of looking at what our goals are and whether the method that we have is the most efficient way of doing that is the kind of discussion that we need to have. So I think that's a good way of framing it. Are there any other questions?
As I say, I'm less locked on the particulars of everything we do as long as the impact is somewhere. I mean, we tried to write a law that would prevent the loss of housing
Right.
over even a short period of time, so we don't have vacancy decontrol.
Right.
So, I mean, the main goal was to maintain the stock of affordable housing. And, I think that, how this thing gets modified, as long as it achieves that goal, it's the goal that's more important than how we look at the individual pieces of it. And if you can come back, or somebody comes back and says, you can achieve your goal by doing this, and it's different than some of the stuff we're doing, I think that still passes the test.
Right. No, I think you have a certain framework, and you're moving some up in the framework, trying to make it, more efficient, but not under changing the basic concept. And what happened in California was the state imposed the vacancy
Right.
decontrol on these cities that didn't want it. That's,
And it over time sort of erodes your,
well, yeah, 3/4 of the 70% of the units are now at market.
right. And
No.
over time, they just disappear. Or the control just disappears, yeah.
And the landlords don't care what the annual increase is anymore.
Right, they just want to turn them over so that
Right.
they
Well,
don't
it's
get-
natural turnover.
Yeah.
They don't have to. I mean, we used to have 100. It used to be that our annual hearings on the annual increase, you'd feel like there was a riot there, and now nobody comes to it.
Because it's not that relevant anymore.
Yeah, it just
Right.
doesn't matter.
One of the questions that I was going to ask you, I appreciate getting a very complete list of your publications. Is there maybe one or two of these articles that you would suggest that we could read that would be accessible to someone who wasn't a lawyer or an expert, that would sort of, maybe we could look at as sort of getting a sense of how you structure these kinds of discussions?
Well, I'd say that the article I wrote in 1983, even though it's old, that has a discussion of every issue, and the only thing is it's written like I think I had to write it this way. It was written like a textbook because
Is that the one, Guidelines for Rent Control?
it's very it's long. It's not like you could read it one sitting. You read a little bit,
Yeah,
one
I'm
chapter at a
noticing.
time.
It's like 150 pages long.
Right. Only 100. Well, 100. You'd only have to read 125. It's too long. And I have not recently. I prepared many years ago a report, if I can find them, reports for the city of West Hollywood, because most of the amendments in recent years have been to the mobile home ordinances, which is different.
There's a couple here that I was looking at. One had a very interesting title, "With the Abolition of Rent Controls, Restore a Free Market." That sounded interesting. And the other was "The Choice of Issues," which is an introduction to articles on the impact of rent controls on the property tax base. I don't know if either one of those would be accessible to the layperson.
Yeah, those are not articles on how to draft a rent control.
Right, I understand that, but I mean, thinking about some of these issues is more what I'm looking at.
Yeah, I think they're, well, I mean, yeah, I think they're understandable.
Okay.
And, I mean, I try to write in a way that, for persons, not just for lawyers.
Well, that's good, because something called Property Tax Journal is, the name is a little bit intimidating.
Right.
Are these papers available on internet, or?
They're not, no, but I can certainly, give you copies. They're not available. The guidelines article I brought with me, actually, you reminded me, I forgot to give Ken a
Well,
copy.
we would,
Oh, yeah.
I would be interested in seeing that, too.
Right, okay.
And I think the other question would be...
And that I have electronically, too.
If there are any of these papers that might be of interest to the community, is it something we could possibly put up on our website? Or is this your income I'm talking about?
What?
Or is this your income source that I'm talking about?
No. My publications, the world owns, and I guess I just have to have permission from the publisher or something.
I see.
But I don't think they'd
We could
object.
probably, presumably, before you put it up on a website, you have to get permission from the publisher anyway, I think, don't you?
Yeah.
I'm obviously not a copyright specialist.
No, I'm not either. No, I imagine you'd have, some kind of issue, or they'd want to get credit for it, obviously.
Sure.
Mhm. But I would be interested if you, certainly the one that you brought with you, and if there are any others that you think would be helpful in terms of our thinking about how to approach this, I would be interested in any recommendations that you would have.
Okay. I think mainly the guidelines
Okay.
article. And as I say, I do have that. That I can, either get, we can either photocopy some, because you can't read it on the screen, obviously.
Oh, I mean, if it's available electronically, we can.
Download it.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah.
Download
Yeah,
it.
that I can.
Do whatever we need to do. So I think that would be helpful and interesting also.
Mr. Berry is here.
So we were just, we'll let you, Doug, we'll let you walk in and then put you right on the spot.
So what do you think?
This is Councilmember Doug Berry, who represents one of the other wards, in addition to Terry's ward, that has a very high concentration of multifamily buildings. As a matter of fact, he has the single largest apartment complex in the entire city in his ward, which is now in the process of going from, how many is it, 800 and something units?
Yes.
800 and something rental units to half condominium, half affordable rental. 440, I thought it was 8 something.
Okay. It's 4.
For both buildings or each?
Oh.
Together 450?
Yeah, and it's like 2 something.
Okay.
on
We're a little bit off here. But anyway, we've been talking to Dr. Barr about various issues and his approach to them and how he would structure questions and sort of kicking around some ideas that he has about ways that we could approach various things. Also, I guess both Terry and I had some specific questions about, his background and information that he might be able to provide us. Is there anything you would like to cover? We need to sort of move on to our regular council meeting before too long. We've got about 5 more minutes.
No, nothing in particular.
Okay. So is there, as we're winding up, is there anything that we have forgotten to ask you that you came prepared to talk to us about?
No, I think we've covered a lot. You've asked me, I've said what comes to my mind tonight.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. And I certainly, looking at the things that you've written and the work that you've done, it certainly seems like you've got some very helpful expertise that would be very useful to us. So I appreciate that.
So do we want to make sure that we all agree on how to proceed?
Well, what,
You have to approve a second reading of that?
yes,
Okay.
it has come up for first reading, and what we would do if we wanted to proceed would be to go ahead with second reading. And if you, the copy of the ordinance we've passed at first reading is the last item in this particular agenda packet.
When can we do this?
I think I've tentatively, based on this discussion, I think I've tentatively put it up for next week. Let me just double check that.
That would be good.
Or later tonight?
We could, well, we haven't published it, we haven't notified people, so I think we should go ahead and do it next week. I don't know if the council, is there anybody on the council who would have an objection to our, obviously, I'm not going to.
I think that's a great idea.
But if you want to, if anybody has an objection to putting it on the agenda for next week, okay. I think we're pretty set. We'll go ahead and put the second reading. We've already done first reading, and so because it's a contract, we have to do a two-reading ordinance. So we'll do
Okay.
the second reading next week. And I think it would be, looking forward to working with you on this. I think your expertise would be very helpful.
Okay, well, I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
We
thank you.
appreciate your coming to talk to us. It's always easier when you can do this
Right, in
face-to-face,
person.
and you're not, we're not making Ken run back and forth with questions for you.
Right. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that.
Thanks.
Oh, good. Thank you. Appreciate that. Oh, this is the whole 50 pages. I think that's very useful. Let me give this to the city clerk.
I think Kathy should just read it.
What?
I think Kathy should just read it.
That's what I said. Rather than limiting things over. Make it work.
There will be more hustle bustle right around that parking lot. So, I mean, we could, at some point in the future, try that 2-hour visitor parking, but we did that on Boston, and remember, we just undid it because they made it, so it's no parking. I can't remember what we made off of it, but they took away the 2 hours. So I think it's like no parking on the street.
same time making it simpler and easier to administer. And Dr. Barr is an expert in this area, and we interviewed him to see if he could assist us in that effort. And we will put a second reading of the ordinance considering a contract with him up for next week. So since I've now called the council meeting to order, will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Porter?
I'm here.
Councilmember Austin Lane? Here. Councilmember Barry?
Here.
Councilmember Clay? Councilmember Elrich?
Here.
Councilmember Siemens?
Present.
Councilmember Williams?
Here.
All right. Are there any council comments or announcements? Doug?
Yes, a couple of announcements. One for people along Merrimack Avenue and Carroll Avenue that were concerned about the application by Anna's Restaurant for a alcohol license. The Alcohol Control Board ruled last week that the application was denied. This, I think, is an appropriate action on their part because the applicant did not take into account any citizen involvement whatsoever, seemed to ignore what had occurred there a year ago when the previous owner's license was revoked. And for those and other reasons, I think the action was appropriate, and I'd like to thank all of those people in the area who took time to write the members of the Alcohol Control Board about their opposition to the application. The second item, and this is just sort of to throw out and get in the record, it's one of those ideas that, you know, sometimes occur to me when I'm in the shower or driving along Sligo Creek or wherever I am. And this one had to do with an experience I had this weekend, which was not here but in New York. And I heard about the Transit Museum there, which I think is a younger person I visited one time in New York, and they had a wide array of subway cars and old locomotives, and it was quite an interesting place. And then I put that together with what I recall was an item in the Washington Post indicating that the Montgomery County Transit Museum might face some challenges in the future as development creeps ever closer to the land that is set aside for that. So one thing that occurred to me, and I also floated this with Historic Tacoma, but haven't heard back from them yet, and that is maybe try to acquire one of the streetcars that used to serve this part of the world and make it a kind of mini transit museum that we could actually put adjacent to the community center here. And in doing that, we might feature some of the old advertisements from the time, which I know is part of the Transit Museum in the New York City area, uniforms of the people that wore them, and news of the time. It would be kind of an interesting thing for school kids and other people to do. And since that was such an important part of the development of this area, it seems appropriate that the streetcar or a streetcar be actually located here in the place where it actually ended instead of wherever it is now. So I don't know what would be involved, Barb, in making such an overture. It would be a borrow more than it would an acquisition. And if they were willing to part with one of these things, and I know that they have quite a large number of them on their property there, one in specific that had a historical connection to Tacoma Park, it actually might be a very good thing for us.
Well, that's certainly something that we can look into, yes. Sure.
I have a couple of announcements. One is the Safe Tacoma group is meeting on Wednesday night in a joint D.C. Maryland fashion, as we have been doing, and we're going to be meeting at the ANC headquarters on Eastern Avenue. Commander Hilton Burton will be there. Barb Matthews and I will be there as well, and then our community liaisons, Julie Shore and Kim Brooks, will be there. So we're looking forward to really getting things jump-started now that the D.C. funding is there and the Maryland funding is there, and we all know that this program is something that can address the coordination needs we have with our many layers of criminal justice. So that's 7 p.m., I believe, on Wednesday night. The second thing I want to bring to the council's attention is a situation that exists on Piney Branch Road.
it's currently listed as a permit parking zone, as all the streets around the metro are. And unfortunately, on that street, it has not been enforced. The police department gives permits for it, for residents who apply for them, and enforcement is really the issue that's remaining. And I'm aware of residents who are very much in favor of us taking enforcement action to curtail the commuter parking that's happening on Piney Branch. And I hope with the city manager's attention to this that we can take care of the problem expeditiously.
Actually, there's a little bit of history to that particular issue, and the city clerk is researching it. It isn't at all clear whether there actually is permit parking, if there has been legislated permit parking in that area. And one of the things that the city clerk did was to send a letter to the residents of Piney Branch. And it appears
I'm aware of that. I am the council member for this ward, and I was aware that the city clerk was sending that letter, and I was also aware of the one letter we got in response to that. What I have seen is that there is broader support for the permit zone, and given that our police department continues to give out these permits, I believe that the only glitch is that we are not enforcing what has been on the books and what is being implemented.
Well, actually, there were a number of comments that were received that the city clerk recorded, some of them very much in favor and some of them very much opposed to permit parking in that area. There also seems to be a question as to whether the law actually establishes permit parking or not, and I believe that the city attorney is actually looking into that right now.
That's correct. The city clerk had compiled some historical information on this issue. We did forward it to the city attorney's office and got some information late this afternoon. What I would suggest, if the council is comfortable, is Ms. Carpenter and I can kind of provide some background on this issue, and the council may wish to schedule a time to discuss this matter further.
I think that would probably be a good way to handle it. Terry?
Thank you, Mayor Porter. I just, last week, asked the city manager that the curbs on the curve along along Ritchie Avenue be painted for no parking to eliminate a traffic problem there, traffic danger. And I just wanted to thank her for the speedy service. By Tuesday morning, they were out there painting the curbs. Thank you very much.
Well, I'd like to take the credit for it, but a true confession, I actually, when I called Ms. Braithwaite, our Public Works Director, apparently it was already on their work list, Councilmember Siemens, because they were out there painting by the time I reached her Tuesday morning, so just happened to be good luck on my part.
Okay, we'll give Daryl the credit then. Thank you.
And I also wanted to compliment the Public Works Department for timely action with the week-long construction on Sligo Creek Parkway, with Sligo Creek Parkway closed for the work on the Carroll Avenue Bridge. There were some neighborhood concerns about the diverted traffic, and they wondered if they could get some signs up that said local traffic only, and Public Works was very accommodating of that. They had some signs, and they put them up very quickly, and I'd like to commend them for that quick action.
I also wanted to remind everyone that this Saturday is a Sligo Creek Sweep the Creek cleanup. And if you go to the Friends of Sligo Creek, I think it's the Friends of Sligo Creek website, they have various locations where people can gather to begin sweeping the creek. It's an important part of keeping the creek area and the park clean. And this is 9 to 11 on Saturday morning, Saturday the 30th.
And that reminded me that this coming Sunday, October 1st, is the Street Festival.
Yes.
So,
Between the two of us, we might actually remember all the things we're
and
supposed
it's
to talk about.
probably something like 11 to 6.
That's helpful.
Well, that's what it usually is.
And Bruce has a much better memory than I do. Is there anything else we should? Yes.
I have one more announcement. On Thursday night of this week, beginning at 7 p.m., here in the Tacoma Park Community Center, we'll be having the Old Town Residents Association meeting, where they'll be discussing strategies for shaping the Tacoma Metro site. And as many people know, October 11th is when WMATA has scheduled the compact hearing on the Tacoma Metro development. Many of us, including many of us on this council, have expressed our concern about what has been proposed. And we're quite organized and ready for our presentation at the compact hearing. What I'm looking forward to on Thursday night is the community's input on this and hearing them talk about their approach to the compact hearing as well. So that's here at the Community Center, 7 p.m. this Thursday night.
Are there any other comments or announcements? Seeing none. We have one set of minutes in front of us. This is the minutes for July 31st.
Move adoption.
Someone want to second it? Moved and seconded. All those in favor of adopting the minutes, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Minutes are adopted. The next thing on the agenda is the public comment period. This is the time set aside on the agenda for comments on items that are either on our work session agenda or are not before the council today. We would ask when you come up to the podium that you identify yourself and that you keep your comments to 3 minutes. And there's a light on the podium that will let you know when your 3 minutes are up. And I will let you know, Pat, when the light goes on.
Okay, my name's Pat Lovelace, 7620 Maple Avenue, Tacoma Park. It was brought to my attention, I was very disappointed to hear this, that on election day, some people, they may have been press, I heard they were press, but I'm not 100% sure, were going in and asking people, who are you voting for? Now, I think it's one thing if you're outside in the electioneering sections and stuff where people are having the signs and stuff, but inside the schools and stuff, I think, there should be a sign or something out there, keeping people, at bay from bothering the voters. I don't think, people should be asked, and hounded, who are you voting for? What are you voting for? Because one lady brought to my attention that happened to her, and she was pretty upset. And she asked, that her vote should be, quote, between her and God, and that's all. But the thing is they should have a sign on the door, and people should be aware of the problem so that this November, when we have elections again, people can feel much more relaxed on who they're voting for and what they're voting for. Because we're trying to get as much voter turnout as possible, and that's not the way to do it. That's going to start scaring voters away, and I'm worried about that. I would also like to, if anyone is around and knows who is doing it, or if anyone hears me and they're the ones that are doing it, it would be greatly appreciated to respect somebody's American right to vote, because I don't know if it's a law against it or not, but if we don't have a clause in our ordinance on that, I would like to see one put in. That there should be a sign on the school door as soon as you enter the building, that there is, no hounding beyond this point, And also, we should also have people aware of it, and there should be a penalty for that. If it's press doing it, or anybody else, I think it's pretty coarse to ask somebody, who are you voting for today? Because there's a curtain on that booth for a reason. We're supposed to have a privacy in our voting poll for a reason. And I'd like to see what we can do to prevent that. And also, again, when people go to the hospital the night before they vote, there should be a way of having a provisional ballots inside the hospital for patients who want to vote. And then somebody can get the ballots and bring them down to the nearest voting section at the time, the nearest precinct. So the people, when they go to the hospital, they don't automatically lose their right to vote. Because some people get sick real quick and they cannot have a chance for an absentee ballot. There should be a provisional hospital ballot of some kind to guarantee their right to vote. And because that's something that's very sacred to me, the person's right to vote. And again, if there's no one out there registered to vote, November's coming up and we need people to register to vote. Thank you very much. Tacoma Park rules.
Thank you, Pat. You had brought up the issue of the folks in the hospital last week, and actually, our city clerk did some research, and it turns out that a person who has an emergency on election day can actually designate an authorized representative to go and get an absentee ballot for them. Am I saying this right, Jesse? Get an absentee ballot and bring it to them and then deliver it back to the Board of Elections.
Oh, that's great.
And did I say that correctly? For the city elections.
Our process is the ballot, the absentee ballot comes back to the...
Okay, that's right. But it wouldn't apply, same thing wouldn't apply for county elections?
There probably is a process, but it does involve going to Rockville.
Okay.
Right. The process is that a designated agent has to go to the Rockville Board of Elections office, pick up an application, bring it back to the individual who fills it in, plus a form designating the agent, and then take those forms back. That agent would take them back to the Rockville office. So it's a very cumbersome procedure. And it takes a dedicated friend to do that much, spend a day doing that for you. This is probably not the time to petition the Board of Elections to allow us or any polling place to accept those emergency absentee ballots, but when they get other things in order, that might be something that we would want to consider asking for.
And in terms of the second issue, I think in terms of the Tacoma Park elections, that would be something that we could refer to our new Board of Elections for them to take account of. And thank you for bringing those items up, Pat. Anyone else?
Good evening. My name is Harvey Solomon. I live at 7316 Piney Branch. The last time I had an opportunity to come before you when I was nominated to serve on the Cable Advisory Committee for Montgomery County. You were kind enough to okay that application, and I served for 3 years. My term just ended a few months ago. But I'm here to talk tonight just briefly about the parking situation that Joy brought up. I'll try and be succinct in it. I'm actually shocked and delighted to hear that information is going to the town attorney, because this process actually started 5 months ago. I came to town hall in late April and talked to Patrol Officer Lakia Coles, who was very nice, showed me the list that the police department works off of, and indeed, from Albany Street to Willow, you see that Piney Branch, for the numbers that I and my neighbors are affected by, 73310 to 7422 are on the list. I also have a petition that the 5 homes, the owners of the 5 homes that are closest to Eastern, which is myself, are affected by. Jessie Carpenter, I finally got her on the phone. She sent out a letter on May 25th telling residents, I'll just quote briefly, according to our records, the 7300 and 7400 blocks of Piney Branch Road were designated as part of residential permit parking 1A several years ago. And continuing down, we're prepared to have new residential parking permits erected in June. Enforcement of permit parking would then begin in July. Again, that's a letter in May. 4 months later, after nothing but excuses and delays and stonewalling by Town Hall, I met with Kathy Porter. And again, she's telling me now that Jessie is digging into town records. I'm not quite sure why, to see if Piney Branch is supposed to be on this list or not. I think if there's a question about residential parking and the town wants to examine every street from Albany to Willow, they certainly have that right. But to single out Piney Branch, where people park every day and go to the metro, and indeed there is no other street that they can get as park as close as in front of our houses, because they do, and indeed we'll pass around a picture. You can see what I face every morning when I pull out of my driveway. Cars blocking my vision. We're at the crest of the hill. It's a crapshoot every time I pull out, and I drive very carefully. If a repair person comes over to my house, I have to park my car on the street the night before. If I don't, I have to drive several blocks away, pay for parking, come back. So it's a matter of safety, and it's a matter of just common courtesy. I thought that's why we had resident parking. To hear again that the information is going to the town attorney, it's 5 months after I started the process. I hear tonight that it's gone there. I'm glad to hear that it's gone there. I would like to find out when this can be resolved. And my impression is it's the law. I'm just asking for one three-word sentence. Enforce the law. Thank you.
Well, as you noted, you did come and speak to me about it, and I consulted with Jessie, and she did say that her initial research indicated that it was under permit parking, but as she looked into it in more detail, she came to doubt that that was the case. And so I think the only way we're going to resolve the legal issue is have the town attorney take a look at it.
Okay, I don't know why the city clerk is interpreting the town law and going in specifically for Piney Branch. I'm just curious as to why isn't she checking to see if Baltimore Avenue, maybe the parking should be rescinded on Baltimore or Maple or Philadelphia?
There's a list of streets that are considered permit parking streets.
Right
No,
there.
I'm talking about the list in the law, and the list in the law doesn't include Piney Branch, and that's why it's not immediately apparent whether it's legal or not.
Fine, and I'm certainly not aware when, I assume you know more than I do, when resident parking is put into effect, but when you can go down to City Hall and get this document from the Tacoma Park Police Department that they have been using for enforcement for years, and indeed I have a resident permit parking sticker that they gave me and I applied for, to hear that somehow my street is not included because we're digging into town records, it just seems very strange to me, and I would appreciate anything that the town council could do to look in and expedite this matter.
Yeah, no, clearly there's an inconsistency between the information that the police department is using and what appears to be in the law, and that's one of the things that we will have the town attorney take a look at.
Who made this document? Can we just ask them?
I can't answer that. Maybe the city manager can find that out.
This is the document. If you go to the police department, they have a big parking book, and this is the front page of it. Someone compiled that book. That information came from somewhere. Who compiled it?
Off the top of my head, Mr. Sullivan, I'm not sure. I'd be happy to check, though. Like I say,
I appreciate you'd be happy to check, but 5 months ago I asked someone to do something, and all I'm getting is stonewalling and delays.
I believe...
And people continue to park in front of my house every day. If you see that picture, if you'd like to pull out into Piney Branch every day and face that, we're at the crest of the hill. I have 4 of them. I didn't make enough. I apologize to you for passing them around. There's a safety issue here. I think it's an accident waiting to happen.
I think the question is, are we checking all those?
Correct.
The entire list, or just that one?
There's a difference. There's a list of streets that are permit parking streets in the law, and it's not the same as the list that the police department is using. And the only discrepancy I know of is Piney Branch. I don't believe there's any other discrepancies. And I think it is something the city attorney's going to have to take a look at.
It seems like it's a fairly complicated issue, and I would appreciate it being put on the council's agenda as soon as possible.
But if it's in an ordinance, then it should never have come back to this council. If it's delineated somewhere, then somebody should just say that's what the ordinance says.
But it isn't actually in the ordinance. It's in the list that the police department uses, but it's not in the ordinance. That's the problem.
In no ordinance that we've done.
Was it in the ordinance before recodification?
No.
It's very complicated. As we said, we've sent the ordinances that we have to the city attorney for her to review. It isn't clear that it was ever designated as permit parking.
Did we send the city attorney ordinances for all of the streets?
There's only
okay,
one
so we've
ordinance
only picked out Piney Branch to investigate, whereas there's a police book full of streets that apparently have permit parking.
Joy, there's a list of streets in the law, and there's a list of streets that the police department has. And my understanding is that they're all the same except for one, and that's Piney Branch.
Is that what your investigation showed?
I'd like to explain later. It's really complicated.
That's
okay, so it sounds like what the mayor has presented does not adequately encompass what your exploration showed. So I think it would be best if we looked at this after some materials were provided to us when it was on the council agenda.
I said I would be happy to do that.
Thank you.
Yeah, what we'll try to do, as I say, we got something very, very late this afternoon from the city attorney's office. I haven't even had an opportunity to review it. We'll prepare a report for the council. Certainly, Mr. Solomon, we'd be happy to share some information with you as well. And then, we'll work with the mayor to get this matter put on the council agenda so we can make sure we answer any questions you have and determine how to proceed.
Yeah, I find that scary if our ordinance for parking regulations is too complicated to figure out. How do we do something that's difficult?
Nobody said that.
Okay.
This wouldn't be the first time that an ordinance which is several decades old ended up being interpreted differently in practice than it was originally written.
But let's say,
Can I-
let's say it's different. I mean, and if they want permit parking, what do they have to do to facilitate that process so that if they have to go through something, that at least gets going, if that's what we need to do to make it legal? So at least they know how to get clarity on this and get some closure on it one way or the other.
I think either way, if they want to change what's in the law, they would have to go through a petition process, just like they do for any permit parking. That's my understanding. Of course, that would be dependent on what the city attorney said. Can I also suggest that we not discuss this right now? I would rather discuss it after the council's had an opportunity to take a look at the materials that Jesse has collected, what the city attorney says, and after we've had a chance to advertise it for anybody who might be interested in talking or listening to the discussion. So I will get it on the agenda as soon as I can. And thank you for bringing it to our attention.
Thank you. Good evening.
All right, is there anything else?
Good evening. My name is Sarah Green. I live on Ponte Branch Road in the District of Columbia.
You don't have parking problems.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do, actually, but you don't want to hear about that. I'm the Advisory Neighborhood Commissioner and 4B01, and my district comes right up to the city of Tacoma Park, Maryland's border. We're all concerned, all of us, about the WMATA development proposal and the change of transportation facilities at Tacoma Metro Station. We've been working together on this for many years, and we're coming to a very big point in this process. I just, for the benefit of people who might be listening in or watching this on television, there's a lot of material that we have assembled about this issue, and you can see it on your computer and ask us questions and everything else, and just go to www.geocities, that's one word, GeoCities.com/Tacoma Friends, all run together. And that's our webpage. And
So that's, would you repeat it again?
yes, www.geocities.com/Tacoma Friends, and that word is run together with no space.
Thank you.
The other thing is I've looked at the very long resolution that you have, and while I haven't read through it all, it seems wonderful to me, and it seems to raise all the points. There, on page 3 out of page 3, towards the center, it says, whereas if WMATA should allow the proposed development to proceed, and it talks about the fact that the cost of providing a lot of facilities could exceed the sales cost. To me, one of the very big issues in this whole process, and we have asked, we have written letters, we have asked, we have had meetings, it's gone on and on. We have absolutely no idea what the cost of these transit changes is going to be, whether it's moving bus lanes or providing all kinds of access and everything else. And they are having to do this because of the development. And it seems to me grossly unfair. I know I'm talking to the choir here, but it seems grossly unfair that WMATA would hold a public hearing and ask for public comment without providing this information, because there is a cost-benefit issue. And I just might suggest that you could slightly amend or add to that bullet point to say, whereas WMATA, has not provided essential cost information about the proposed transit changes so that the public can evaluate the benefit versus the cost, that kind of thing.
Okay. As you know, we're going to be talking about this in more detail later in the evening, and I appreciate that comment. I believe the city attorney and Suzanne Ludlow worked on this ordinance, and I that sounds like that might be good, but I would have to check with our attorney because I know she's been trying to get some of that information.
Certainly. And I think, by the way, I think it's a great resolution, and I'm going to quib from it myself on some things. So thank you so much for doing it. Thank you for the support. We all hope that a lawsuit will not be necessary, but I think we all have to be prepared for that possibility.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Megan Scribner. I live at 7321 Willow Avenue and have for about 10 years. And I also want to, I'm really very pleased to see this resolution coming out from the City Council. I think it's very strong and it's very accurate throughout. And I think this is a really, really important issue for you all to come together and say no to, that the development as planned has so many problems as you've listed in this resolution. And I just encourage you to stick with the resolution, to stand up tall and strong against what is being proposed. The two things that I'd like to draw particular attention to is on the second page in the second whereas, where you mentioned how much of the parking is used, and it talks about 84 cars in the lot every hour between something and 129 at different points. One of the reasons why that's true is that the parking is regulated there.
Right.
I think there would be more parking if the regulations was open. It actually ironically works against people using the lot sometimes. So I think the numbers actually underestimate how much that area could be used if the hours were more fitting with people commuting. And
so maybe we should note the restrictions in there.
Yeah, because it says 84, which makes it sound like not that many, but I think it's really because of the regulation. I mean, I know I've driven there several times and not been able to park because of the regulation, not because there wasn't spaces and not because I didn't need to use it. So I think that one's an important one to note.
Before 10 a.m. and after 3:30, there are restrictions on the number of cars.
So that makes it particular. I've often found it, particularly in the late afternoon, when I would have wanted to use it because I was doing something downtown and not been able to use it. So I think it's a kind of misleading there, and that it's actually could be used even to a greater extent than it is. And the other part is just as you look at, they keep kind of moving around where the idling buses are and the turnabouts are. And I'm not a city planner, I'm not a street planner, but every time I look at it, the kind of congestion that they're asking for to be in the circle with cars, buses, bikes, and people crossing at the same time, it just looks crazy making to me. It just looks like accidents waiting to happen. And so they keep making very pretty designs with the look from the park area onward, and I just don't think it's very honest or deals with the realities of what we're being asked to look at. So again, I really support your strongly worded resolution, and I urge you to stay with it and even go stronger. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you for coming and giving us your comments. Thank you. Appreciate it.
My name's Sabrina Barron. I'm the president of Historic Tacoma. And for those of you who don't know, Historic Tacoma is a 501c3 preservation and education organization, and at the heart of our mission is stewardship of the historic districts in Tacoma Park, Maryland, and Tacoma Park, D.C. And I want to speak about a couple things, but the first thing is the proposed reconfiguration of the transit facilities at Tacoma Station, which is right smack dab in the middle of both of those historic districts. And so my organization has had a lot of concerns about these proposals for many years now, and we've worked very hard on this issue as well for a long time. And I'm also here to thank you for this very strong resolution, and to thank you for the very considered thought that has gone into this. And I think you're hitting all the important points here. And like Megan, I will also express my appreciation for your strong support and encourage you to keep that strong stance out there. I just wanted to add a friendly amendment, if I could, in the form of another whereas clause, and I can provide you with this language. And I admit I haven't thought about where to stick it in, but at any rate, whereas WMATA has neglected to explore alternative design approaches to the proposed development that facilitate rather than reduce access for transit patrons to transportation facilities, and that improve rather than constrain the present and future transportation efficiency of Tacoma Station. So I can give you that language, and I just submit that for your consideration. The other thing I would like to do is talk to Councilmember Berry's proposal about the trolley car. He contacted me about that, and I apologize that I didn't have the chance to get back to him yet, but I'm here to express my support for that, and my organization would be happy to join with you in whatever process is necessary to do that. I personally have long bemoaned the fact that there is no public historic space, there is no public historic facility that's regularly available in this community that has such a fabulous history and that has the largest historic district in Montgomery County. So I think it's a great idea, and we'd be happy to work with you on that as it develops. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hello, I'm Faith Wheeler, also Advisory Neighborhood Commissioner, along with Sarah Green. Our districts border each other. Mine is just south of hers, and mine is the next one over from the Tacoma Metro site. I want to congratulate you for your strong resolution and encourage you to go forward with it. And as you continue with your discussions, I would like you to particularly consider the impact whatever you propose may have on the future of this community, really. And I'd like to just also draw your attention to sort of a broader thought about which I think Tacoma is very much an embodiment of, and can be much more so. Some of you may have seen this article in the September 18th Post about Richard Florida's creative class, talking about creative community, and just what sorts of ingredients make that up, such as authenticity, diversity, opportunities to just rub shoulders with people who you might not otherwise normally do. Which all of these things to me speak of Tacoma and what it can be even more of and more wonderful of. And I have my eye on that Metro site, green space, to make that really a wonderful civic site, a site where civic events can occur, cross-jurisdictional civic events. There is no other place in this area. As a member of the promotions committee of the Old Tacoma Business Association, we've talked about, well, where can we hold one event or another? And there is no rather big place other than the Tacoma Metro site, but WMATA presently forbids any use of that site, any formal official use of that site, forbids it. They will not permit it. So, in any case, that's something that I think bears thinking about. Thank you very much, and congratulations, and press forward.
Thank you. Anyone else? Is there anyone else that would like to speak during the public comment period? All right, we will move on to the next item, which is the city manager's comments.
Just a few items on the community center project. I wanted to let the council know that the shop drawings for the new elevator have been received and approved, so that is moving forward. As a reminder, it'll probably be another couple months before the elevator's in, but it is progressing. We are still going back and forth a little bit on the mediation issue with PowerMax, which, as you may recall, is a subcontractor to James F. Knott Construction, who is the contractor for the first phase of the community center project. As part of this process, we did have the consulting engineer on the project do a punch list inspection just on those items to make sure that any of the items included in the settlement agreement basically do protect the city's interest for work that is not yet completed by PowerMax. I think everyone is kind of working very diligently to see if we can wrap this matter up in the next couple weeks. Kind of unrelated to the community center, I did want to just give the council an update on the installation of the remote card readers at Hefner. As I had mentioned last week, I thought it would be possibly a week or two. Obviously, 1 week has passed and that work is still not done. It is moving forward. As I think Councilmember Siemens may have noted, there were some kind of door issues in this building that we were kind of working to address, and the same parties are doing both projects, and a lot of their efforts last week were actually dedicated to resolving any problems in this building. It is still moving forward. I did place a call to TRG Construction late this afternoon. I did not touch base with them, but I do know that they are planning to do work this week, so my hope is it will be resolved, if not by next week's meeting, shortly thereafter. So I do apologize for the delay, but we are trying to see if we can get that done sooner rather than later. The only other item I just wanted to mention to the council is that the Clifton Gunderson, who are the city's independent financial auditors, did conclude their field work today. Ms. Brooks and I will be meeting with the partner in charge of the audit later this week just to get some preliminary comments and to tie up a few little issues. But everything did go very well based on my conversations with her last week, and we're certainly on target to have everything done by the required state deadline. So if there's any questions the council has about any of these issues or any other matter, I'd be happy to answer your questions. If not, thank you.
Other questions? Okay. All right, we're now going to move on to the first item on our regular meeting agenda. The first item is the first reading of an ordinance which would authorize a pilot with Montgomery Housing Partnership for 641 Houston.
Move it.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there anything you'd like to say, Sarah?
Nothing?
Okay. We did.
Given that option.
We did 2 weeks ago have a fairly extensive discussion of this. So if there's any additional questions, comments, this is another in our effort to enable a nonprofit to own some of our affordable housing and keep it affordable. Terry?
Thank you, Mayor Porter. I just wanted to let the council know that when Montgomery Housing Partnership was here a couple of weeks ago, I had raised questions regarding their management and repair work at the Edinburgh Apartments. I had the opportunity to speak with Mr. Goldman, who's the director of Montgomery Housing Partnership, and he was unaware of the issues, some of the issues that I brought up, and so he's scheduling a meeting for him and me to go in to talk with the residents at the Edinburgh house so that he can get those problems resolved.
Good. Good.
I just want to say that I'm happy to say that over a year's worth of work is coming to fruition, and that this is the apartment building where people were faced with evictions last Thanksgiving. So it's kind of nice to have a better ending to the story than was originally scripted.
Yes, I also think that by making sure that those people can remain in place, we contribute to the attraction of similar kind of investors here in the future, and also that we make sure that those folks have a place to live and that will be available in the area to contribute to the economic development of the entire downtown area and places where they would normally shop. So I think it's a win-win all the way around.
Any other council comments, questions? Okay, are there any public comments on this ordinance at first reading? All right, seeing none, the ordinance is before the council. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Ordinance passes at first reading. Speaking of similar investments, the next item is a resolution of support for an application for financing for the Hampshire Tower project.
Included in your agenda packet is a copy of a resolution that was recommended by the Maryland Department of Housing and Community Affairs regarding financing that's been proposed for the Hampshire Towers property. I have asked Shalinda Burney, who is the Real Estate Development Officer for the Community Preservation Development Corporation,
to just give you a quick update in terms of what the funding would be used for, and to answer any questions you might have regarding the status of the rental property or the rental portion of this development.
Good evening. Thanks for having me. We've been before you all several times over the last year or so regarding this project, and just to give you a quick update on where we are, we had submitted application back on June 30th for the tax-exempt bond financing, the low-income housing tax credits, which is why this resolution is coming forth today. We are still in the process of assembling all of our financing. We have narrowed down on the credit enhancement. We're looking at doing either private placement of bonds or doing FHA loan. We were working with CDA to figure out which route to go, as CDA does not currently support private placement deals because they require that funds are AA rated or above. We are also working with our syndicators and receiving proposals and reviewing them for the actual tax credits. And on the condo side of the building, as you all are aware, it's 2 buildings. Our partners, Tenacity Group, have been working with the residents, and they have a deadline of October 23rd in which all residents have to submit their election notices as to whether or not they have an interest in buying, taking a voluntary buyout, or remaining as renters. As of Friday, we had 64% of those election notices turned in, to 105 residents interested in purchasing. About 75 residents have elected to take the buyout, and another 78 or so residents that have expressed an interest in continuing to rent. And we are slated to close on the bond financing in April and start construction at that time.
Okay. Has the sort of softening of the market for condominiums affected your plans at all?
I don't think so, because as you all recall, we had a structured program with the Tenants Association in which we had several tiered pricing, insider pricing, which are significantly below the outside market. And under that scenario, the residents would purchase their units at the lower end of the market, basically as is, with the exception of all of the systems and the exterior work being done. They would be required to do all their interior work. So right now we don't see it affecting. We're actually, Tenacity actually has the Tier 3, which is the high-end market levels, priced between $215,000, I believe, up to about $264,000, which is still, and that's for $264,000 would be for a 3-bedroom, and the 3 bedrooms there are close to 1,300 square feet. So I think they're still well within the market rate and affordable to all families at 80% of AMI and below.
Okay, great. That's helpful. Any other questions?
No questions, but I'd certainly like to say how glad I am to see you here. And if we were giving away keys to the city, you get one. And let me just tell you why I'm glad that you're working with us. I think first, this is going to be a huge shot in the arm for the plans that we have for development of that entire corridor there. That's a kind of anchor development with over 400 units there, and being able, of course, to rehabilitate the 20% or so of them that have been condemned over the years, and make them available for purchase or rental. That's extremely important. Second, you'll be creating a sense of community in that area, which there hasn't been over the years, and the people across New Hampshire Avenue are really looking forward to having that sense there, which they've not had. It's sort of an island unto itself over there, and I think by getting people to have ownership, we're going to see the entire climate change, and I think it'll affect the crime situation and just make the quality of life there all the better. And then, of course, it's going to provide people who otherwise wouldn't have an opportunity to own, to be able to own in that area. And then I think the other important part, those parts of both buildings which are in very bad shape now, I understand that you can't use the balconies in the majority of those properties because they're so unsafe, and to have those fixed so that people can fully enjoy the opportunities that are afforded them there will be just terrific all the way around. So I'm just overjoyed that you're doing what you're doing.
Well, we're excited. It's great work. So. will actually come back before you just to give you a little insight. And so we've actually been working with, or reaching out to Montgomery County and the Parks and Plan and efforts to hopefully take over or do something with the rec center there and do some redevelopment so that we can redevelop that building, reconstruct it, and offer programmatic services as well as other community-related services. So I'm sure we'll be back before you sometime over the next couple months with some support for that as well.
Yes, well, we look forward to that. Thank you. Are there any? I'm sorry, go ahead.
There was just one other thing I wanted to point out, too, is because of the conversion of the one property to condominiums, there are a percentage of the residents that have an opportunity for a lifetime tenancy. And if you recall in your S&I from last week, I believe, there was reference to a meeting that we had with Montgomery County and the residents, the seniors and low and moderate income and the disabled, to talk about their options regarding that. So there are a variety of people that are working on this project, making sure that everyone knows what their options are.
And I agree with Doug. I think it's an example of a very good outcome from a lot of cooperation by a lot of parties. We appreciate that. Any additional council questions or comments? I don't believe we've actually moved this resolution.
Yes.
Would someone like to move it?
I move it.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded.
I withheld just to be nice.
Are there any public comments on this resolution? All right, seeing none, the resolution is before the council. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Resolution passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is a single reading ordinance authorizing the purchase of a pickup truck for Public Works. And this one runs on hay, right?
Yeah, this one is gasoline powered, not even diesel because it's a smaller vehicle. So we just got regular fuel for this truck. It's a replacement truck. It's replacing a pretty ancient truck that's seen better days within the department. One of our recommendations that we would like to suggest that can be done within the existing budget is to upgrade it from an F-150 to an F-250 and add a lift gate. We have two vehicles with lift gates, and we found them to be really useful within our own department, but also when we have other departments, say for instance, rec department and gathering things for the sale for Independence Day, we can offer them that pickup truck that's much easier to use. So we find that the lift gate not only helps our department, but other departments when they need to use a truck. So we'd like to recommend that this purchase include that. We're able to ride on a competitive bid that was awarded in Prince George's County from Orscheln Ford, and that's pretty much the details for this replacement.
Someone like to move the ordinance?
So moved.
Move the truck.
I think that was a second. Are there any additional comments or questions from the council? Okay, not seeing any. Are there any public comments on this single reading ordinance? I'm not seeing any. Since this is a single reading ordinance, would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Porter?
Aye.
Councilmember Austin May? Councilmember Barry? Aye. Councilmember Clay? Councilmember Elrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Stevens?
Aye.
Councilmember Lee?
Aye.
The ordinance passes. And the next one is a ordinance approving the purchase of a leaf
Move it.
vacuum. It's been moved and seconded. Do you have anything to say about the leaf vacuum?
The city has 6 pieces of equipment, leaf vacs, that it uses, and one surplus for the season. So this is a standard replacement. And they last 10 years, so we go through a series of buying 6 in a row and then replacing the 7th, and we have several years in between, so now we're in the cycle again of replacing the leaf vacuums. The city selected Old Dominion Brush Company many years ago as the sole source supplier for the leaf vacs that the city uses. We've been quite happy with the equipment. It holds up well. It works very well. And, of course, our mechanics and staff are well familiar with the equipment itself and can do the repairs and the maintenance to it easily in-house. So we have that sole source designation. So we asked them, for the quote, and they provided us the purchase price of $15,300, just slightly above what we have in the budget at $15,000 for the piece of equipment. So.
Okay.
When was the sole source?
In 1999, though we've been purchasing from ODB since about '94.
And I know we give a lot of use to our leaf vacuums. We have a great many leaves to.
Yeah, they have very hard use for, 7 weeks, and then they sit. So it's a challenge for a vehicle. It takes a really well-made vehicle to be able to work really that hard for that period of time, and then basically sit idle for the remaining 10 months of the year.
It's been some time since the thing was put out for bid. Is there an advantage to continuing with the same vendor?
We see an advantage to continue with the same vendor. Basically, they produce a very high-quality piece of equipment at a very competitive price. We still check around other vendors to see sort of what's out there, and when we're talking with other departments, find out what equipment they're using. We're really happy with the way these pieces of equipment hold up. They do make their 10-year and more life cycle expectation. We also have a very good relationship with the company, so we're real confident about the equipment. We can maintain it well. Our staff understand how it operates and work with it, so it's just a piece of equipment that sort of can come right in, and there's no training startup kind of process. Again, with our staff, we're constantly moving people in and out of that division, and so each year it's a new cycle, and we have to make sure everybody knows how to use the equipment. So it's helpful to really understand the piece of equipment that you're working with.
Barb, does that fall within our procurement guidelines?
My recollection, Councilmember Siemens, is that the sole source designation can be fairly broad. It can take into account a lot of factors, and basically it's to some degree my judgment, and I think the reasons that Daryl shared with me did make sense. I do have some level of comfort, given that they are checking other pricing, just to make sure that we're not being taken advantage of. Daryl said there's no one else who would make this type of leaf vacuum, is my understanding, and I think that would create some operational issues unless we were going to replace the whole fleet, if you will, at one time.
Yeah, it's a fairly unique way that we use leaf collection boxes on top of trucks, and then the vacuums itself that we hook up to it. Sometimes you can get the component all together, the trailer and leaf vac unit, and that's a lot of departments use that. We don't, because we feel like we can use the trucks for more than just leaf vacuum. So we'd like to have the trucks operational 12 months a year and just put the box on and use it during leaf season. So it is a fairly specialized piece of equipment. Each company has slightly different ways that they do it, and this has been one that's worked for the city.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Any additional questions? Any public comments on this ordinance? All right, seeing none, this is also a single reading ordinance. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Porter?
Aye.
Councilmember Austin Mayor? Councilmember Barry? Councilmember Elledge?
Aye.
Councilmember Stevens?
Aye.
Councilmember Williams?
Aye.
This ordinance also passes. Thank you, Darrell. We are moving on to the consent agenda. We're running a little bit ahead of schedule here. I know. I'm agreeing with Councilmember Williams that it's all right to be ahead of schedule. What we're doing for the consent agenda is we're pulling item number 3 and moving forward with the consent agenda for items A and B. The resolution providing for appointments to Arts and Humanities Commission, and the resolution providing for appointments to the Public Safety Citizens Advisory Committee.
Move the items.
Second.
Okay, the consent agenda has been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The consent agenda passes. The council will now take a brief recess, and we will be back to consider our work session items. within just a few minutes, Lonnie is going to explain to us about the proposed cable franchise agreement with Verizon.
Well, first of all, we should acknowledge that we're pleased to have more competition for our residents, or eventually we will have more competition. The Verizon franchise is essentially similar to the terms of the incumbent franchises with Comcast and with RCN. As you may be aware, Verizon sued Montgomery County, which has created a different negotiating environment than in previous franchises. It's a very accelerated time frame. And the agreement that you don't have a copy of, but there's a link to on the website, was negotiated under the auspices of a magistrate with a strict time frame going. So the process is a little bit different, but it's proceeding, and as I said, it's an accelerated time frame. The agreement is, as I said, very similar to the other two agreements, 15 years, a 15-year franchise term. The plant is a little bit different. It'll be very deep in fiber to the premises, FTTP it's called. And
sorry, could you back up and do that sentence again?
3 times. And they'll be marketing what you've probably seen ads for, a triple play of video, phone, and broadband internet services. The franchise fee is 5%, which is the same. There's a 3% PEG fee, which is the same as the RCN franchise, and that's comparable to the Comcast franchise. The number of PEG channels initially is the same. We have some details we're discussing about digital channels for the future that are not worked out yet, but we're optimistic. Let's see. There are cable drops identified in the franchise agreement for county buildings, but not for local government buildings. But this is, I believe, a factor of the county-centric negotiating, and we hope to work that out. Tomorrow morning I have a meeting with county staff and attorneys and the other municipalities who are working together, as you probably are aware, to just get the word participating municipality inserted in all the right places. And I'm optimistic we'll be able to get through that. Issues that are pertinent to Tacoma Park are the service area. You have in your packet a map, and the yellow area at the southeast corner of the county is where we are, of course, and this is the middle service area, which means that our area would be served between years 3 and 5 of the franchise, so we wouldn't be in the initial area. You've probably seen in your drives around the county Verizon trucks all over upgrading, and you have not seen them in Tacoma Park. I certainly haven't seen them, and so they've not started upgrading their plant here. And one can only speculate the reasons of that. One might be that we're already overbuilt with 2 cable companies in 100% of the city, and it might not be the best place to start from a marketing point of view. But we are anxious to have that service available to our residents as the other 2 companies. Let's see. We are also requesting FTTP, now you got me started, Bruce, Verizon drops to our public buildings, because I think it would be essential to have access to that network for whatever we might want to use it for. The other issue that we're concerned about is to assure that there's parity with the incumbents, so that there's a level playing field. This is something for the lawyers to work out, because if the 2 incumbents aren't happy with the agreement, then they might be unhappy about it, and you never know what that yields. So we're working on making sure there's parity. Briefly, the process, I told you that Verizon sued the county, and so that the negotiations were mediated under a magistrate's care. The county executive branch has an accelerated time frame. They've got a hearing scheduled this Thursday, September 28th at 7 p.m. Residents are invited, everybody's invited to testify. They have to sign up, and there is a link on our website to how to do that. The county executive plans to turn over to the county council their finalized version of the franchise agreement by October 5th, and then the county council will try to, my understanding is to get it all done before the new council members are inaugurated or take their seats. So the city, what do we want to do? The city may wish to have its own hearing. The city council members and any of you may wish to testify on Thursday. I've reserved a spot with no name as of this moment for someone from the city to testify, if you like. And you may want further discussion with me pending the outcome of our meeting tomorrow if you have questions. But generally, I'm looking to see what your input and concerns are and what the residents might be concerned about as we go through the next 10 days, really, of getting our opportunity to speak in front of the executive branch. And then if we have further issues, we'll have an opportunity in front of the council.
I think my main concern is to make sure that we get the language inserted to make sure that the municipalities are treated equally where necessary. And it would be nice to get a couple drops. And as long as we get that and there's parity with the other franchises, then it would seem that we should be fine.
That's well said. I think that's
Sounds like you would be a good person to do the testimony.
We can also just FYI submit written testimony by next Tuesday if none of us are available to speak on Thursday.
Terry?
My questions probably aren't as learned as my colleagues, but I see the name Verizon. I think of the quality of our phone service and the difficulties that we've had in hooking up Hefner Park, is it, and Public Works because of the infrastructure problems that Verizon has in this neighborhood. And I certainly would question, did we have the authority to approve or disapprove this? I would question approving additional business segment in this neighborhood until they resolve the issues with their current business segment. Is that fair game for this discussion?
Well, regulatorily, no, because telephone service is not at all in the scope of this agreement. And part of the outcome of the negotiation in the magistrate's room, chambers, whatever, is no discussion of any other issues except for the strictest interpretation of federal laws about cable service. And local franchising authorities have authority over cable, not over telephone service. However, I do not think it's inappropriate, and in my comments that I gave to the attorney that's representing all the municipalities, I mentioned that we have a recurring issue with phone service, especially in the Public Works neighborhood, and that this is a critical communications function for city government, and I am interested to see if we can have somebody, whether it's pertinent to this agreement or not, at least talk about what upgrades are going to happen to that part of our town. Also, other parts, I think are equally aging in infrastructure. So it would be lovely to have a comment, even if it isn't necessarily in the box that this regulation is.
Yeah, I mean, I could give a specific example of I've installed the Verizon DSL on in my home, and it runs at half the speed of a 56K dial-up line. So it's,
and twice the price.
Right. I mean, there's some issues there that we're still trying to resolve, but I wouldn't be surprised by what that has to do with the quality of the lines that we have running down our street.
I have been trying to get an answer to the question, is the fiber to the premises going to replace the copper? Okay? In other words, if they come and make the FTTP in all of Tacoma Park, will that just make all the rest of the normal phone service, if you will, not the Fios-based phone service, better? Will it be fiber? Well, ultimately, probably yes. Ultimately, they will be phasing out the copper. But I have seen in various descriptions the word replacement, and I'm not quite sure replacement is the right concept at this point. I don't think that the minute the fiber is there that everything goes on fiber. I think if you subscribe to Fios, then you're going to get fiber to your house, and if you get triple play, guess what? Your service will be all on the fiber, and it will be great. But if your neighbor doesn't, are they still going to be on the copper? That is my impression. Ultimately, and I don't know what the time frame of that is, I think everybody will be on fiber regardless of whether they're a triple play subscriber or not. But I think it's a fair question, and we can invite Verizon representatives to talk to us. And I will, again, this is on my list of questions for tomorrow to try to get an answer, because it is important in an older community like ours with old copper.
Looking at the map, it looks like all of Tacoma Park is included in this. In fact, it looks like it reaches over into Prince George's County some.
Yeah, the map is a little odd, I agree, and also into Silver Spring, some of the most dense areas of the county. And in fairness, I mean, just as a fact, this is where RCN is. I don't have an overlay of their service area, but I know that they're probably close to 100% built in this neck of the woods.
And that's good. As kind of an aside, I don't know if you've ever had a chance to check that I understand the southeast corner of Tacoma Park still does not have Comcast service. If that's something that...
The Comcast people tell me that it does, and that, in fact, there are parts of the former Prince George's County within the city that have access to Comcast Prince George's and Comcast Montgomery, which have slightly different price structures and tiers of service. So some areas of our community, some small number of households have access to 3 services.
Okay. But you're saying that everyone should have, at this point, at least 2 services, RCN and Comcast Montgomery?
Yes, that is, to the best of my knowledge, both companies are completely overbuilt in the city.
Okay. And then the other question I had is regarding the city's cable service, this cable station. Mm-hmm. That is running on Comcast, but is not available on the RCN.
Oh, yes, it is.
It is?
Mm-hmm. And it would be available on the Verizon system as well.
Okay.
Yeah. That's a major part of the agreement for all the PEG channels, public educational government channels. There is some discussion about what channel number they'll be on. We are on 13, fortunately, on Comcast and on RCN, but that's not guaranteed in the Verizon.
Okay, and of course it would not be for those residents who do have the cable Prince George's County. It's not available on there.
That's correct.
But they should be able to get cable Montgomery if they want.
That's correct.
Okay.
So that would be a consumer's choice.
Great. Love those. Thank you.
As you were talking about the difficulties with the telephone service from Verizon, it just struck me, is the municipal rep from Verizon still the same person that it was has been for many years, Don Heath? Or has that changed?
I don't know.
Because I know he came and was always part of all of the hearings when we were talking about the various issues that, and we had all of the utility reps in here, and Don Heath.
I don't know that.
Because if he is, he might be somebody who would be able to
I mean, there is
facilitate something.
There is a woman, Brianna Gowing, I think it is, who's a government relations person with whom I've spoken. So I don't know. That predates me. I don't know who that person is.
It might be worth
it is worth
asking around and seeing if he's still available. He has a long history with the city.
I agree. It's worth a formal inquiry from the council.
Are there any other issues that Catherine would like to bring up in terms of this franchise agreement? I think then we have to figure out whether we're going to do our own hearing or whether we're going to just go on the county's hearing. Is that right? And then we have to figure out if somebody can go to the county hearing.
The county is holding the hearing on behalf of participating municipalities, but nothing precludes us from having our own.
Is there a downside to us accepting their new service?
No. No.
I don't see a need for the hearing locally.
Accepting, let me make sure I understood your question.
For
having a franchise with Verizon,
right.
There is not a downside. No.
I mean, we pretty much have to unless we want to totally cede that responsibility to the county, unlike we do with the other 2 cable providers, right?
Yes.
But I don't see any need for a hearing, for
Okay.
us to have a hearing.
Am I hearing any other
Hearing any other hearing.
Hearing any clamor that we have our own hearing. Since you two gentlemen are the ones who are most interested, would either of you be, or both of you, interested in going to the hearing on Thursday?
What time is it?
7. It's either 7 or 7:30. I think it's 7.
I would defer to Councilmember Williams if you'd like to go.
I thought with your personal experience with their telephone lines, maybe you'd like to add your...
Written testimony is also acceptable.
Yeah, I was going to defer to the written.
And, we may know a little more tomorrow.
And depending on what you find out tomorrow. I would say if you continue to get feedback that it's not going to be a problem to insert the correct language, we should go with written. If there's pushback on the written language, then maybe I should go.
Okay. I will communicate with the city manager and you tomorrow and have a meeting.
Is there anything else that you need from us?
I don't think so. I would like to, I think that Councilmember Seaman's point about the phone services was just talking about, even if it isn't in the purview of this, because it is an issue in the town, is aging telephone infrastructure. But otherwise, there isn't a downside. We should all have competition for, just like we have 15 dry cleaners. It's not a bad thing at all.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Wish we still had it with gasoline.
$2.20 on corner. That's the cheapest I've seen.
It'll only last until the election.
Election's coming up, yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
Better fill up.
The Chinese suddenly decided not to consume oil during our election period. Amazing.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Going to the longer discussion, I think, of the resolution on the proposed Tacoma Metro development.
Good evening. I was just going to say a few words, and then I'd like to have you come and sit in the audience, and I'd like to go through a kind of an explanation of what the proposal is and what the impacts are at the Tacoma Metro. What the topic will be this evening is preparation for the compact hearing on October 11th, and the City Council's draft resolution and whatever other preparation we want to make for that hearing. But I'd like to invite you down. We're going to go through, I want to spend some time looking at and showing how this site circulates and how people access transit.
You know what would be useful for people who may be considering testifying, if you could give people sources where they can find this information, because I know some of it's up on WMATA's website, but not everything is, and we have gathered some additional things, and other people have gathered some things too.
Yes, and I would like, the information is on the city's website, and I'll go through that in a few minutes. Okay, good evening. What I wanted to do was take a few minutes and go through the concept plans that a developer has proposed to change the Tacoma Metro site, and in particular the changes to the transit facilities that are proposed in conjunction with the townhouse development. And I'm first going to show you this slide is simply a large-scale aerial photo. And this is the Tacoma Metro. This is the main entrance. This is Carroll Street. This is where the elevator entrance is. This is Eastern Avenue along here. The entrance to the parking lot is here. The current bus bays are here, and the buses can either do a loop here and come back out to Carroll, or they can continue on to Eastern. This is the eastern side, and this is the western side. There's currently no western entrance into the Tacoma Metro facilities, into the station. This is
Blair Road over here. And up here is Piney Branch. So I want to give people a perspective kind of at a large scale. A slightly close-up view, let's see. Again, this is the entrance to the parking lot. This is the entrance to the elevator, and these are bus bays down here. This is the proposal. I've turned it upside down so it's similar to the aerials you've just seen, and it's more oriented to the way Tacoma Park residents normally access the Tacoma Metro site. But this is the proposal by EYA to develop the site. And in general, the concept, again, we've got Eastern Avenue over here. We've got the parking lot that they're proposing to put in a somewhat similar place to the current parking lot. This is the elevator entrance. This would be the main entrance. This is Carroll Street, Cedar Street, Eastern Avenue. And I'd like to go through what this proposal involves. And there's some fairly significant changes that aren't easily apparent when looking at this plan. The first I'd like to take you to is the bus entrance off of Carroll Street. This looks similar to the bus entrance that currently exists. However, it is closer to the Metro entrance. The distance here is much smaller. What that means is there's less area for pedestrians. It means that there's less area to drop off. These are 3 taxi spots here with the Carroll Street Bridge. And there's one of the things that's not shown here is there is a grade difference right here, which would at least require a couple steps to get from the entrance into the Metro to this sidewalk, which is somewhat of a constraint on the free moving of traffic in the area. A proposal to put 4 kiss and ride spaces is on along Carroll Street on the street itself. These spaces will only be convenient for westbound traffic. The pedestrians who go to meet their spouse, supposedly, at the kiss and ride, will have to cross the bus entrance. If you need to go from this area to the elevator because you're handicapped or you have a stroller or a bike, it's about 440 feet to walk along and get over to the elevator. And you cross the bus space, yes. In this plan, there is room for 10 bus bays. Currently, we have 9 bus bays. The transportation studies call for at least 11 regular bus bays, recommending 12. And they've put in 2 layover spots in the lane along the median. These are not spaces that could ever be converted into regular bus bays because pedestrians could not access them. There is no space in this plan to add bus bays anywhere else on this site in the future. Also in this plan are some bike lockers. They've reduced the number of bike lockers from 60 to 40. No bike rack is shown. There's currently a well-used 38-space bike rack at the station. The placement of the bike racks, we think that that's what these little thingies are. The bike lockers, the bike storage facility, are somewhat in the way, and they're kind of dispersed through the site. There's no bike routes through the site. Even though many people bike to the station, and the Metro Branch Trail is to come through or next to this site. Yes?
In the new plan, it shows a lot more square footage for bus bays than the original, but when I tried laying out the original, I couldn't figure out where the old footprint had more room. So
We're investigating that because it looks suspicious to us as well.
it must be counting stuff that must be part of bus bays.
That's what I think has happened, and we don't have the numbers back on that, but we've raised it as an issue. The
parking lot that is proposed is reduced from 150 spaces currently. Actually, there's 147 regular spaces to either 75 spaces in a surface lot or 128 spaces in a two-level garage. As you know, and as was mentioned earlier on, the current operation prohibits all-day commuter parking because of the meter time limits. Half of the lot, actually two-thirds of the lot is open until, half of the lot, about 60 spaces, is precluded from use before 10 in the morning. There's 7-hour meters, and then the spaces closer to the bus bays and the station are not to be used after 3:30. According to the studies that we've looked at in terms of occupancy, by 9 a.m., all of the available spaces are taken on a regular basis, according to the parking lot occupancy report in the developer's transit impact study, although they do not mention those time limits. By noon, the newly available spaces are essentially full. Reduction of these short-term spaces mean that it will be harder to access Metro for going downtown to the things we do, meetings, I go to the dentist, to Nats games, events on the mall, going to the airport, etc. It will make it more important to have drop-off locations, kiss and ride facilities, room for more bus bays, more bike facilities, and then the safe pedestrian access to both current and what is a proposed western entrance. That western entrance is proposed in the Central District Plan, a part of the DC Comprehensive Plan. To me, an amazing note is that the cost of replacing the parking facilities, the bus bays, and all other transit facilities are to be deducted from the purchase price of the property per the contract with the developer. This is highly unusual. It's not part of the joint development guidelines. Generally, when there's a developer building a subdivision, the developer pays for the public facilities that are impacted. The cost of construction of the parking lot alone could easily range between $2 and $4 million. That's estimating anything from $20,000 a space to $30,000 a space. Those are pretty standard figures within estimating for parking spaces. And this is from a purchase price of $7.3 to $8 million. So we're already talking about half of the purchase price being deducted for the construction costs of just the parking lot alone. Costs of new bus bays and bike facilities will add more. And if it's clear that the proposed number of parking spaces is too few, if a new configuration is required to meet the need of handicapped patrons, which I'll address in a moment, if it's needed to put in 2 more bus bays, or if the western entrance is determined to be needed, no profit at all will be generated from the sale of this property, and the project could easily cost WMATA more than it has negotiated to receive for this project. I'd like to go through the circulation on the site.
That's one more question. Do they say anything about how they're going to control the so-called 73 spaces on the part of the property?
No, and in fact, that's one of my issues. There's no. The only comment is that it can't be more generous than the timing in the lot. But it doesn't say who monitors the spaces, whether it would be metered, a variety of operational things. There's no. I haven't found a mention of that.
And aren't there some of those streets that'll be private, others that'll be public?
Yes, let me go through that right now. This is circulation on the site.
The cost you were giving for reconstructing the parking facility, is that for constructing a service lot system there now, or is that for the lot?
What I did was I took $20,000 per space for a 75-space surface parking lot, which would be approximately a little over $1.5 million, up to it's like $3.85 million for 128 spaces in a 2-level parking garage at $30,000 per square foot, per space. I think, you know, how the costs of electricity and a variety of things are open questions. One of the things that we are asking for, and I heard other people that have been asking for, is the detailed information on that. Those are my estimates based on the figures we typically use as estimates. Okay, in terms of circulation on the site, we have a bus-only area, which is the bus bays. We have a traffic circle, which is to be shared by the buses and by private cars. We're researching it. I don't know of other situations. It's certainly not a recommendation. The developer is proposing 3 public roads. This would be a public road. It comes out right about opposite the 7-Eleven. There would be a public road down to Eastern Avenue here, and a public road from Eastern Avenue. Only about 35, the traffic lane would only be about 35 feet from this apartment building right here. So it's much closer than the current entrance to the parking lot off of Eastern. There's also 4 alleys proposed. These are primarily access into the garages, the 2-car garages of the townhouses. This is an alley. This is an alley going across here. This is an alley. And this is an alley. You'll note that this alley is exactly opposite the entrance to the parking lot. There is public parking on these public roads. There's some parking along here and here. These are close to the 7-Eleven, and they're close to the live-work units that are proposed, so there would be some retail or commercial activity in here. Perhaps patrons would come here. Whatever, if there's any kind of clients or whatever use these are available. They have parking on this public road, 1 space here, and then some spaces down here. And there's a little bit of parking right here. There's a handicap space here. There's 3 more kiss and ride spaces here.
If you use that kiss and ride space, the person going to the metro stop there will either be encouraged to walk across the bus lanes to get to the...
Yes, there's a couple things. Let's do the kiss and ride route. Let's say I'm dropping somebody off and I'm coming in this entrance. If I wanted to go to the kiss and ride, I'd have to come here. I'd have to go around the circle, and then I could park here, and then the people would come and walk across over here to get to the elevator. If I entered here, yes?
The path you just took is the same path the buses are using when they go around that circle.
Absolutely. It was integrated with buses. Another way to get to the kiss and ride is to come into this entrance off of Eastern. And you'd go here, but since the kiss and ride spaces are on this side of the street, you would need to go in here, go into the circle again, and come over and park. Similarly, if you came in this way, you have to go into the circle to get to the correct side to drop people off at the kiss and ride. In my experience, people will not do that if they're dropping off. They will come in one way or the other, and they're going to stop right in here, close to the elevator, as opposed to making the people walk all the way across the circle. And they're going to stop right with the traffic and the buses coming using this circle. If they get confused, they might end up where the bus bays are, too, and come out. Similarly, handicapped person can park here. They have, I think it's about 220 feet to do this, to get in. Or there's 6 handicap spaces in the surface lot or in the 2-level parking garage that are designated. If you come in and you want to park because you want to go downtown for a short visit, you can come in here and you can drive around and find that there aren't enough parking spaces because it's half of what currently exists. When you don't find a parking space, you're going to come out, and you may drive down this private alley because it's right opposite, or you can do one of these loops and hope you find a parking spot. Here they have parking on this side of this public road over here, so if you happen to see a space, you'll come out and you'll do a U-turn on Eastern before going and getting to your space. Right. Now, this is also obviously in front of people's homes, and there's a question about how those will be monitored and regulated. One of the things that I'm particularly concerned about is the dropping off of handicapped people. Currently, when you come to the site, you're able to drop off very close to the entrance to the elevator. This is farther away, and you're not supposed to drop off here because it's a very small area, again, shared with buses. And I can easily imagine someone getting out, stopping their car, getting out the wheelchair, having the person get in there, and then, with the line of 3 buses behind them, and then hurrying and trying to find a parking space to come back and assist the person into the metro. One of the questions that I have about the public parking spaces that are designated on these interior public roads are, if they're to be counted as metro parking, will Metro have to pay for the construction of that aspect of the road as part of their transit facilities? And if they're not considered part of the transit facilities, then should they be counted as part of the parking for the site? The biggest issue, and it's in your package, I don't have it on the screen, is that the land area that is proposed to be transferred for the sale only keeps a small portion, this small portion, for Metro public use. If you make any changes to add bus bays, drop-off locations, better kiss and ride, better handicap accessibility, there's no place to do that within the small portion of land that WMATA would retain. What you're asking then is purchase of land back from the developer, development of a western entrance to try to relieve some of the difficulties, especially for bike and handicap patrons, at great cost to WMATA. As I mentioned, the DC Comprehensive Plan talks about a western entrance, and it can be either or both, extending this tunnel over to Spring Place, or widening this main entrance so that persons coming from the west side have easier access into the station. It would seem to me to be a laudable goal to get that out of a development proposal, but that's not proposed here, and WMATA would have to pay for it in any event. The other thing that I want to do is to show a little bit about traffic congestion in the area. The Tacoma Transportation Study predicts that the most likely development scenario by 2022 will result in level of service F at most intersections. And the developer's transportation impact study shows significant problems with traffic at key intersections. This one in particular, the Blair-Cedar 4th Street intersection, shows an afternoon delay of 19 minutes. And southbound Blair traffic, Blair Road traffic, shows an afternoon delay of 55 minutes. This doesn't really happen. In real life, people don't sit there more than once for an hour in traffic. They will try to find other routes. The traffic will be redistributed in some way. And it is really the appropriate role of a transportation planner hired by the developer to determine how that gets redistributed, how that impacts entrance points Should certain roads be turned into bus roads? Should there be different kinds of turning prohibitions? There's a variety of possibilities, but none of that information is provided. It certainly would cause difficulties with bus service to this location. The buses would be caught in this traffic, as would a lot of angry people. Are there any particular other questions just about the site? I did want to make sure that people understood kind of what's proposed. Okay, so we can go back up and go through the details.
One of the things that I think would also be helpful, if you could just spend a minute talking about, is during the day today, I received some emails about what work the city had done in preparation for the hearing. And without, talking about anything confidential, I wonder if you could just sort of briefly talk about, the resources that we've gathered and the planning and strategizing that we've done, just so people get a sense of where we are in terms of preparations.
There are several things. Clearly, we've been concerned about development on this site for the many years that it's been proposed. We have retained a traffic consultant to review the various traffic studies. They have been very helpful in looking over the various numbers, double-checking all of the different kinds of information that the traffic impact study prepared by the developer submitted. Some of the things that come out of that, are how numbers really should be redistributed in the area in terms of traffic, or where the problem areas are on that. Simple things like recognizing that they forgot to include Route 16 as a ride-on bus that uses the Tacoma Metro and actually heavily uses the Tacoma Metro.
And
Those
13
kinds of
as well,
things.
right?
I'm sorry?
And did they also forget 13?
Yes. We have been reviewing the contract and the kind of legal issues related to this proposal. We have been identifying who the various stakeholders are and what are the appropriate ways of approaching those stakeholders. And obviously, we've been advertising this public hearing that's coming on October 11th to encourage people to attend. There certainly has been information that we put out electronically. There will be an article in the newsletter upcoming that will describe this information as well.
And the newsletter is coming out before the compact hearing?
Yes.
I would just add a few things. Suzanne did a good job of summarizing. In addition, we've made formal document requests for information from WMATA's files, which were going to be analyzed in great detail as part of our legal preparation. We're in the process of drafting a fairly extensive legal brief on issues that are, legal. We've hired someone for appraising the property so we can do a financial analysis of the proposal, because that's part of the FTA approval process, is to see that, in fact, the land is being sold for the highest and best use, fair market value. And so we want to have our own numbers rather than relying on WMATA's numbers. I would say we were just looking at every possible angle. We are cooperating with some of the other citizen groups that are working very hard. There's a lot of communication in that regard, sharing what we find out. And we look forward to the council's involvement in terms of helping to organize citizens for testifying, which I'm sure will be part of tonight's discussion.
Yeah, it's just something I'd like you to look at. I've talked to Dave about this, but maybe more eyes on it, the better. And that's whether you could look at the other metro sites that are either not developed or have been developed and see how they designated the land around the metro station, what word they used to describe it. Because I understand there's some description in an agreement of what the land outside the station entrance was supposed to be across the bus bays. And I'm wondering how they look at, how they designated the land in other metro stations. So they said this was parkland and used that in their own language, and if that's unique to all the other metro sites, and we know that was a process of negotiation, is that at all useful? And if everything is, reserved for future development, then this one is, we've reached this agreement with the citizens group and it's parkland.
It's really the opposite. Right now, the conceptual map says all of this is being conveyed except for this small piece that's being reserved for transit purposes. And they haven't even really, in any of the contract language, spelled out exactly what that proportion is, the quantity of the acreage that's being left just for transit purposes. But it seems, very compact, as Suzanne was saying, leaving us no room for future growth.
I'm wondering just more generically, at any other site where they've done development, when you walk outside the metro and they've done development on the land around the metro, how did they designate or describe that land?
So look into that.
The other thing, which is where I thought you were going, was that you brought us some information when they dedicated when they described the development of the Silver Spring Metro. They talked about the importance of dedicating future expansion for bus bays, the importance of sufficient parking, the importance of green space as part of the overall development. And, it seems like everything that they're not doing here, they talked about how important that was in Silver Spring.
Yeah, in fact, I found the PowerPoint, but I can't email it. But it's on it's 24 megabytes, so it's too big to email.
Is it the one that's is it on the Metro?
It's on these are on the Metro website or it's on Park and Planning's website. It's the 419 PowerPoint presentation.
Okay.
But the important thing is, and they don't have some of the detail in there, but I can try to get this from some of the folks who have been involved in Silver Spring, but there's a significant increase in the size of what's designated as a park in Silver Spring. And the language in the meeting that I was at, they talked about the importance of the park and why they were not only increasing the size, but the actual physical attributes of the park are much nicer than they are in the way than it is currently in Silver Spring. They talked about increasing the bus bays, and I think they're doubling the bus bays. It's a huge increase in bus bays in Silver Spring. And they referenced that they would not reduce the bus bays to accommodate development, rather they would reduce the development in order to accommodate transportation, which is obviously the exact opposite of what they've done here.
One of the things that I found interesting, I did include in your packet, and you had received it earlier as well, is a letter from Dan Tangerlini, the interim general manager, identifying the October 11th date for the public hearing. And his main paragraph states, "Let me assure you that we will take the necessary measures to improve the access that Tacoma Station area residents currently enjoy. The WMATA standard for our joint development projects is to enhance all access facilities at a Metro Rail station, including parking lots, garages, walkways, and platform areas." And those things are not enhanced in this proposal.
And that enhancement is also the federal standard. That's part of the FTA review process.
So if you say you do it, then it's okay.
Well, in fact, I think that's going to be one of the things that we would look at after the compact hearing, is that working with a number of other organizations in the city, we met with the regional FTA administrator, and I think as a result, FTA is giving this closer scrutiny than they normally do. My understanding is normally these are sort of pro forma, but I think because of the concerns that the city's had and the ANC commissioners in the district and the organizations that have been working on this, I think that the FDA is going to feel compelled to adhere to the letter of the law on this one.
Thank you. Yeah, and I can certainly see why. I mean, if I was a member of the WMATA board and a WMATA staff member gave me the presentation that you just did, I would say that you've got to be kidding, or else you're not telling me the whole story. I mean, so many deficiencies in this plan from a transportation perspective, and it sounds like
to pay for them.
and it sounds like from a financial perspective that I don't see what's the benefit to a WMATA of doing this. Is there another page that you haven't read to us?
Well, I've noticed.
That's a serious question. I mean, is there
The argument that is often made is that by building residential properties close to a transit facility, you're getting transit-oriented development, which is a good. The argument that I think we see here is that the residential townhouses, other than their location, don't meet the criteria. They have 2-car parking garages. They have parking in front of their doors. One of the things that is curious to me is if on this site there may be more parking space for parking garages than there are in Tacoma Park. I wonder. We don't have many parking garages in Tacoma Park. We have whole blocks, especially in Ward 2 and in several other areas, with not even driveways. So we're a transit-oriented community, and yet the issue is, are we being blocked from our transit access?
I think that's another important part of our argument then is that, if that's what's viewed as being the benefit, I mean, you're giving up transit expansion capability. You're actually making the transit facility worse than it is today, giving up future expansion ability. It's not making money. So if you think that the housing is somehow improving mass transit around the metropolitan area, I think we should be explaining why that doesn't even meet any common sense.
But part of the definition of transit-oriented development is that it enhances access to transit. Right. And I think that this project doesn't meet that definition on a number of respects, including the ones that you mentioned and that. If you look at the numbers, they're talking about, 86 units at this point. So even if you assume there's 2 adults living in every unit, that's 172 units, 172 people who have more access. Precluding one additional bus route will limit the access of more than 172 people.
And I think it's a good argument. I think it should be in
This is going to be a negative in terms of people's access to transit.
I have another question, and that is in your presentation, you, with your hand marked off, or maybe it was the mouse, marked off the area that was going to be retained by WMATA.
Yes.
And am I to assume from that then that WMATA is conveying the area they designate as Village Green to EYA, the developer?
Yes, it's part of it becomes part of the sale property.
It is part of the sale, but the intention in the contract is it will eventually be, there'll be a covenant that it will remain a park, and who it will eventually be owned by, whether it will go to the district or will stay as part of a property that the housing community owns, is unclear. That's not yet decided, but it's definitely part of the sale.
And just to be clear, I've included in your packets the little drawing. The hatched area is the amount that's to be retained by WMATA, and the remainder is to be sold.
Okay. So, it's just so frustrating. I mean, it's like a waste of my time to even be here talking about this because it's such an absurd plan. But I would just one suggestion on the presentation, if we're going to be using that for the public hearing in a week, is it next week or the week after? Maybe, the 2 slides that you show, if you could orient them the same way, it might be helpful to people.
I did try to do that. I only started doing that late this afternoon, so I'll make sure that we get it correct this time.
Are we going to be able to do a PowerPoint presentation at the hearing?
For the hearing, I have no idea.
I think that including the two maps, which you did when you gave us the information, and orienting them exactly the same way and making them exactly the same size, is a very dramatic visual as to how much of the property is getting eaten by the development. The other thing that I think that we're putting into it that's value added beyond the arguments that have been made up to this point is the point that you mentioned toward the end, Suzanne, which is that the way that the sale is structured, if WMATA were to try and make the transit facilities more adequate, they couldn't do it financially.
That's correct. It would be very
So,
expensive.
and the other thing, which I think is highly likely, although a bit more speculative, is that if costs continue to rise, the price of the property is not going to continue to rise, but building costs continue to rise, they could be put in a position where they can't even afford what's on this concept plan.
We've been told, actually, that there is going to be an amendment to the contract that will be signed prior to the hearing, which may change some of the, the give and take in the contract. I don't know if it'll change the purchase price, but we're told that there's going to be some amendment to the contract.
And there is language in the contract that gives a little bit of an escalator clause to the unit amounts.
Right.
I also
I
wanted
saw
to-
that, but it wasn't based on building costs.
I also wanted to say to not only the mayor and council, but to anyone who's watching in our constituency, that despite our sense that this is absurd, I think was somebody's term, and so discouraging, I think we still have a very uphill battle. I think that WMATA, for whatever reason, seems to want to go forward with this. They made very few changes between the year-ago draft and proposal and now, which shows to me that they're not really interested in accommodating criticism and making changes. And I just think that it's, I don't want the people who are thinking about whether to come out not to come because it's such a done deal, that it's so absurd, why should we even, waste our time. The truth is that we have a very big hurdle to overcome to have this plan not accepted.
Right, and I said that the plan as presented tonight looks absurd. That's what makes me wonder, what is the hidden agenda? What am I missing? What is it that we don't know? Is it that the people who are making the proposal are so dug in and that they own such a big piece of it emotionally that they just want to push forward and show that Tacoma Park or show the Tacoma D.C. area, or is it that there really is a financial benefit and we don't understand that and don't know what the pieces are? I mean, there's got to be something missing.
Yeah, I think they're very dug in, and I think that if someone were to say why they think this is so great, they would say that because now there are going to be people living close to the metro and they will use the metro, and this is much better than it just being, unused green area. And they'll say, oh, there's going to be this great improvement because there's one more bus bay and there's more area for the buses to turn around. And they'll kind of emphasize these tiny improvements rather than all the negatives that were so clear in Suzanne's presentation. But I do think that WMATA staff, and I'm afraid perhaps the board, are already very locked in. The board obviously approved this contract, which puts all the costs for improving the transit facilities on WMATA, and they voted for it. That's the same board we're going to be making this argument to.
Yeah, and I agree we need a lot more residential around the metro area. I don't think that we need it on the site that's supposed to be providing the transit.
Yeah, in fact, and I think one thing that's helpful to put this in historic context is that when this was first proposed, there weren't all of the developments around the Tacoma Metro that now are built or being built. And so there was a sense that this was something to spur renovation of an area that wasn't doing much. And so there was some deference, I think, to them. But we're long past that, and we clearly have lots of developments going around the area, faster, in fact, than was contemplated in the Tacoma Transportation Study and in the D.C. Comprehensive Plan.
So it's been effective, now we can throw it out and move forward.
I don't know that you would say it's been effective because it wasn't in existence at the time. I'm not even sure I'd give it that much. Go ahead.
I really appreciate your presentation. I know that a lot of work is going into what you all are doing now, and it's clear that WMATA did this all the wrong ways. And for 6 years, we've been making argument after argument, and I really have to recognize the community groups, in addition, who have kept interest high, kept hope alive, and are still here with us. And I hope the mayor will recognize Sabrina Barron to make comments soon. The thing that I think is going to be powerful is this city council stepping up at the compact hearing and laying out how the potential for this site to be enhanced for transit use is not even being approached. It's actually being yanked away. This great opportunity is really being snatched from our grasp. And in place of that, we'll have this, what I've heard called a townhouse tenement, where they're just all jammed in there together, a new constituency potentially for WMATA, but also a new constituency potentially against WMATA when they want to increase bus service and bus fumes in their neighborhood. So I'm very eager for us to make an extremely strong case. I think that the resolution helps lay out many of the arguments that were developed, and I hope that the one that Sabrina Barron has proposed can be added, because that's something that I held out hope that WMATA would turn over a new leaf in the spring when they had the community workshop, and even their write-up of it started to develop an angle that wasn't quite accurate, but it did reflect many of the comments that were made at that time. But unfortunately, no action was taken. Nothing changed as a result, and here we are looking at something so similar to what we looked at 6 years ago with their original proposal. It's just not that different. So thank you again. I appreciate the work that you're doing, and I hope that as you move forward on getting the appraisal, that they can look at all financial aspects of this transaction, both the purchase of the land, the lease of the land, the potential, basically, that exists, that WMATA holds the decision-making over, and the types of uses. I know EYA is able to build townhouses, and so live-work units are their way of saying that they would have a commercial area, but frankly, it's just not approaching what our retail area needs. And to have retail, you would want it close to the sidewalk. You would want to have rear access so that large trucks could make their deliveries. None of that is possible with this townhouse configuration. All of that potential is there, and if our appraisal lays out the various options that could be considered, the financial impacts of each of those options, I believe that we would help frame this issue as it moves forward to the public, to the board, to the FTA, that this is not a good financial arrangement for WMATA, and they can do better, and they should do better.
There were actually several comments on the
Yes,
draft
I
resolution.
did note down the different recommendations for the resolution, and I'd like to talk about that for a moment, if I might. In today's package, and it will post on a better link tomorrow on our city website, is a draft resolution. And this resolution does focus on the transit impacts and the financial issues, which are the keys to a compact hearing. And those it's very encouraged that people read this resolution and comment on it. Be prepared, either send in comments, come to the city council meeting on October 3rd to speak to them verbally. In whichever manner, we'll give as many options as we can to get those comments in, to get this information together, and we want it widely distributed. The resolution is, it's 4 pages long, but one of the things that it mentions, and I think it's important to mention, is that this is a proposal. The compact hearing is on an amendment of the mass transit plan for the region, and it's not on the development plan in that per se, but on the impact of the transit facilities and the financial health of our transit system. And so those are the kinds of things that this particularly addresses. Many people have other interesting ideas for the site or whatever. That's fine. It's not necessarily what the WMATA board is going to be focusing on, but I encourage everybody to get their comments in, especially to the WMATA board. And I only referenced it earlier, but if I might, can I go over the date and time of the hearing?
Sure.
And what that
Good idea.
entails? This is a public hearing before the WMATA board, and it's going to be held on October 11th from 6 to 10 p.m. at Trinity Episcopal Church on Piney Branch Road in Washington, D.C., very close to Tacoma Park. There's information, there's links on our website and information on our website about how to sign up to testify. And you do need to register in advance to get on their list. They say that if there's extra time and others show up, there may be an opportunity to speak. My guess is that many people will be planning to speak, so I would encourage people to register. So that information is on the city's website, which is www.tacomaparkmd.gov. And I would like people to go to that, look at the Tacoma Metro link. There's a lot of background information, past city council resolutions on this topic, links to the WMATA webpage, which has a lot of background information as well and a lot of detailed information as well about the kind of history of this project. The one thing it doesn't have very much about is the proposed plan. There's 4 pictures for this proposed plan, and there's no text, no real detail about the kind of information that we're most interested in. Nevertheless, that information is available. It is necessary that you have a pretty strong computer to be able to access, to be able to get to that. If people need to look at paper copies, they're welcome to give me a call and I'll help them out on that, because it can take a lot of time to download this for some people.
Just as a reminder for people who don't have internet capability, the Tacoma Park newsletter, our next newsletter will have a lengthy article on this subject and a box explaining where people should come to testify.
Okay.
And we also will be encouraging people to come here on October 3rd to speak.
And the items that were referred to earlier as possible discussion about whether PowerPoint stuff, I'm assuming that what we need to do is provide printed copies of that with our testimony. That was being just talked about earlier about the
Yes, it's my suggestion that whoever talks orally should also submit written testimony, because that will create the written record from which we can then make what arguments we want to make.
My understanding is that I'm planning to testify. I know Joy said she's planning to testify. There may be other council members who are also planning to testify.
I understood that all of us were going to testify. I hope that's still the case, because
I have submitted registrations for all
good.
council members, as well as for legal counsel and for our transportation consultant. Now, it may be that in thinking of strategy, not everybody needs to testify. We need to be very effective in that strategy. But I wanted to make sure that everybody was listed.
And I certainly think there are 7 points to
It's up to 5
make.
minutes.
Per person?
Per person.
For officials,
For
it's only
officials.
3 minutes
Yeah.
for non-officials.
Okay. Now, one of the things I'd like to caution is that, we've submitted a lot of officials from Tacoma Park, and I could see them changing their mind and saying, well, we don't want to give 5 minutes to 7 different people and that kind of thing. I'm just cautioning that we have the good written documentation, that we have effective presentation, and it be targeted. One of the things that I think is particularly helpful in any event is showing how the constituents of each of your wards would be affected by this, because everybody, we have, I think it's 17 or 18 ride-on and Tacoma and Metro bus routes through Tacoma Park, 10 of which go to the Tacoma Metro. We have a very high percentage of our households that only have one car or no car, 61%. We are a transit-oriented community that uses the Tacoma Metro, and the folks from Doug's ward are going to have a new transit center that will probably attract more people to getting on Route 16 and coming down. Each of the different wards, we've got people who have buildings close to the Metro, but with elderly or disabled persons who rely on some kind of vehicle to get them or to the Metro, even though there might be only 4 or 6 blocks away. Those are the kinds of things that I think are particularly important to mention. That, you know, these are my constituents, and these are people who would be affected by this. There's many other points to be made, and that can be decided, but that's one of the things that I think has a very strong impact. You know, how do real constituents get affected by these changes in their daily lives?
Yeah, I think I was also a little bit concerned about having the Tacoma Park City Council talk for 35 minutes. I think we will lose our audience if we do that. But I think having the effect of the whole council being there, and maybe we can each, you know, take a shorter point and not each talk for a whole 5 minutes.
Sure.
Maybe talk for a minute and get through what we need to get through, and not sort of getting to the point where everybody else is left by the time we're finished.
Mayor Porter, I know it might be out of order, but could we recognize Sabrina?
I told Sabrina we would recognize her, but I do want to make sure that the council has a chance to sort of.
I'm sure we'll have plenty of time to talk, but it seems like there's something relevant to what we've already gone over that she'd like to add to.
Yeah, thanks. No,
Yeah.
flip the switch. Okay, that's, no. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity just to say a couple of things. Sabrina Barron, I'm the
You
president
want
of
to move the microphone up a little bit? Does it stay up? There you go.
I'm Sabrina Barron, I'm the president of Historic Tacoma, and my organization has been involved in this issue from the outset. And I just wanted to offer a couple of points, absolutely, to follow up with Councilmember Williams. Please print the PowerPoint and submit it along with your written testimony. I've been to a couple of WMATA hearings, and I doubt that you'll be able to present it, but please submit it with the written testimony. I'd also like to encourage you to submit it to the regional director of the FTA office who's going to be approving this sale. I think it would be very informative to him to see that. One of the things that we have learned in the process of this is that a lot of the sort of common sense points of putting together a project that Councilmember Siemens was talking about seem to have gone out with the bathwater. You're talking about the WMATA board approving this, and at some point they signed off on this. But in discussions with members of the WMATA board, they have not read this contract. They don't know what's in it. They don't know what the provisions are. They leave it all up to a committee and staffers to do it. And some of them have been very interested to hear actually what the terms are in this contract. And it's the same thing for the FTA. There's a huge list of requirements that this project is supposed to meet for the FTA, but it turns out they only concentrate on 2 or 3 of those. So I think the presentation is very good. It has lots of very clear and very useful information, and I think that would really be of value for the FTA administrator to see it as well. And finally, I would just like to encourage all of you to sign up and come to speak at the compact hearing. I think that's very effective. Brian Glenn, the regional FTA administrator, did acknowledge that the city of Tacoma Park is an effective party and has a seat at the table in this issue. And I think it would be very helpful, very supportive for the citizens of Tacoma Park for you on the council to turn out and testify at the compact hearing on the 11th. Thank you.
And I think we all have said that we plan to be there if possible.
As I know that the 2 of you are going to be working also on the testimony. And I think as we develop the testimony, and it'll go back and forth between you and council members for comments, and at that point we can sort of decide how we're going to break it up and sort of focus on each point. But I really think that you've done a good job with the resolution, and I think that there should be sort of a lead-in part that just sort of covers the main points, you know, just the quick and dirty, to sort of cover everything before you go into depth on each point. Because one of the things that, I mean, I've been working on this for a number of years, but one of the things that you get when you read the resolution is just how powerful the argument in its total is. Because there's just, it's not each individual point, but it's just the whole thing together just is so, speaks so strongly to this being poor planning and contrary to the goal of increasing access to transit, which is supposed to be what this was all about.
One of the, perhaps some moving around of the whereases makes some sense to address that. I think one of the kind of summary pieces is really actually in the middle, and that is, whereas the constrained land area available for bus use, the reduction in short-term parking, the congestion of a shared bus-car traffic circle, the reduced access to the elevator for handicapped and other patrons, the reduced facilities for bicycles, and the reduced access for kiss and ride patrons are fundamentally inconsistent with the recommendations of the Tacoma Central District Plan that redevelopment planning must recognize that the primary function of the metro station site is to provide transit services. Secondary functions accommodating the needs of the local business community or potential new development must be designed in a manner to support current and future transit needs at the station.
And note the term future.
Yes. And so that's, that really is an important point.
That would be a good one. And we don't have to follow exactly this order in our testimony.
Oh, absolutely not. No, there would certainly be a different approach in terms of the testimony. I do want to mention that that DC is in the process of updating its comprehensive plan, and it's very near to the point where it would be adopted. The draft, the mayor's draft comprehensive plan supports the recommendations of the Tacoma Central District Plan and has very good language related to transportation services in general in the transportation element. In fact, I printed out, for example, under transportation, just in their generic transportation element, it mentions that the critical transportation issues facing the District of Columbia are addressed in this element. These include expanding the city's transit system, enhancing the city's corridors for all modes of transportation, increasing bicycle and pedestrian connections, routes, and facilities, improving the efficiency of the existing transportation system. All of those are things that really have not been addressed in this plan, and I think show an interest from the District of Columbia's point of view to make those kinds of improvements in the future.
So let's talk a little bit about outreach.
Is that the...
I think that the city manager needs direction from us about outreach and how we would like to publicize both the position that we're considering through this resolution, the October 11th date, web resources, contact information for signing up for the compact hearing. And I recognize that it is in the city's newsletter already, but given that the impact of this and the length of time that city residents all across Tacoma Park have worked on this issue, it seems to me like it warrants a separate communique, and I would suggest something inexpensive, but easy to read for people who receive it, and that would be a postcard, either a half-page or a quarter-page postcard printed up at our local printer that we could then send out possibly to all the households in Tacoma Park, as well as some in D.C. that we know are interested. I'm assuming we have bulk postage rates. So I believe that is a question that is still out there for this council to address.
Now, I know some of the other organizations are already doing mailings. Sabrina, can you speak to what mailings you're already doing?
What? Sabrina, I would use these microphones up here.
Yeah, sure. I've got this one on.
That's right. Friends of Tacoma Transit had done a mailing last fall when a compact hearing was ostensibly coming up at that time, and they're going to repeat that mailing and expand it a little bit this time. So I don't know if there's any way for the city to cooperate in that, which would, certainly be helpful and certainly be welcome. But there is a plan to do that mailing again. And
to whom is your mailing going?
The addresses that it went to last year were addresses of people who had signed petitions that were being circulated in 2000, 2001 on this issue. And we want to add to that list people in Tacoma Park neighborhoods who are going to be most closely affected by whatever happens development-wise on that site. So that's what we're planning with the mailing list.
And I think that the city manager, in addition to that, had a proposal for additional people that we could mail to.
There were a number of options that I had outlined for the council in an email, or just some suggestions that between the city attorney, Suzanne, and I, we kicked around. Besides the city newsletter, which will go out, and information on the website, staff did recommend that we work with the established neighborhood associations, take advantage of some of the listservs, which appear to be a good mechanism, at least in our community, for getting information out. In talking to the city attorney, one of the things that she had emphasized to me is the importance of testimony from either property owners immediately adjacent to the Tacoma Metro site, which Ms. Barron was just alluding to, certain groups that basically would be particularly impacted by any detriment to the transit facilities, whether that be senior citizens, just individuals by virtue of income, not having cars, whatever. And we were going to try to make sure that we did at least some targeted mailings, which may be somewhat redundant with what Ms. Barron's alluding to, but to make sure that we at least hit the key target groups and ensure, to the extent that we can, that those individuals testify. We're certainly happy to do whatever the council desires, but we just wanted to make sure that we are informing people and make sure we have the right people testifying. So I think if we are going to do any types of communication, it's going to need to have some substance to it to make sure that it's not just notifying people, but it's giving them the tools to actually get up and make effective testimony.
Or at least letting them know what those references are.
Correct.
And Councilmember Austin-Lane had mentioned earlier what went out to the Otra neighborhood, and I mean, I think that's a good model because it's information on one side, and then on the other side it's, here's a template letter if you want to use that, and I think that's a good model. I mean, what Friends of Tacoma Transit is planning on putting out is a postcard mailing that's primarily information about when and where the compact hearing will be held, and a website, which Sarah Green mentioned earlier, where information can be found.
Sabrina, are you referring to this form?
Yes.
So this was circulated in the Penn neighborhood over the weekend, and it basically announces the WMATA compact hearing. This wasn't mailed, it was handed out door to door. And then the details of the compact hearing, there's more information at the websites, as well as a note down here where you can sign up to speak. There's a lot of technical information that you're supposed to include with your request to testify. And then on the other side, of course, is this strategy session, which I will remind people of again. It's this Thursday, 7 p.m. here in the Azalea Room.
Couldn't we, on all the listservs that we have, notify people about, say, a flyer like this and see whether people will actually would lit drop their neighborhoods? I mean, it seems like there are enough concerned people, and any of us who've done lit drops, this is not the most difficult place to do lit drops in, and see whether, say, if the city were to print up the flyers, we can just run them off. And somebody says, they can come get flyers to drop in their neighborhood at the city, and we could probably get a lot of stuff out that way.
That's a good idea, and I mean, we'll also be flyering at the Metro the week before the hearing as well, which was very effective. I mean, these are the things that we did last time, and I mean, even doing just an email message on the neighborhood listservs, I'm amazed on short notice you can really do fairly well with that, but I think a lid drop's a great idea.
It seems to me important that the postcard go out as well. I think the more ways that people hear about things, the newsletter, email lists, the postcard, that it would reinforce. It would also be a little reminder that could go on the refrigerator. And given that postcards cost less than letters, and we have the bulk rate on top of that, I would think it would be fairly low cost to the city.
Do you have a cost estimate on the postcards?
I don't. The only, Suzanne may have some input, the only citywide mailing we've done during my tenure had to do with the bond issue for the community center. Obviously, that involved, it was translated, into Spanish. It was a fairly lengthy publication, if you recall. That was in the neighborhood of about $6,000, more or less. Postcards would obviously be less.
That was like a 4-page folded newsletter format.
But the biggest issue was the mail cost, the postage cost. That was
and that figure, we didn't bother calculating staff time for any of the prep. It's just a hard cost.
If I could just follow up with that, I mean, we have an estimate for, just a fundamental postcard, $200 for printing 1,000 of them, and then another, I think it's another $150 or another $175 for the postage. So, and that's just.
How many are you mailing?
1,000.
Well, that's for a batch of 1,000, and I think we're anticipating that we will probably be mailing something in the neighborhood of 2,000 if we do DC and Maryland mailing.
Thank you. First of all, I like the idea of, as Ms. Matthews said, of having some content, of getting content into people's hands. With that said, I would be supportive of more targeted distribution of that rather than a citywide distribution. And it would be, I think, best use of resources if we could coordinate that with anything that any of the other groups are doing, so that maybe we can help to create the document and help with the cost for producing it.
I think that would be absolutely wonderful. I think that would be beneficial to everybody.
And I would add one caveat, and that is that I think that as a city council or the city doing it, that it should be to Tacoma Park residents and not to DC residents.
So you're talking about something like a flyer that would have room on it for sort of a brief summary of what the issue is and what the points are, and that the city would design and reproduce, and that people could get bulk copies of to distribute it in their neighborhood. Is that what you're talking about?
I just think that's a monumental task, frankly. The distribution could be so easy if it was mailed, whereas if you have to not only prepare it, get it ready, but then also distribute it to these volunteer channels. We just went through an election, and I don't know if any of you were involved in distributing door to door, but it's not fast, it's not easy, there's not many people that will do it, and some people will say they're going to do it and not follow through. We have 2 weeks.
My suggestion...
2 weeks is not enough time to really get all of that done, and if we do expect it to get to the households in Tacoma Park, it's incumbent on us to mail it.
My suggestion was to coordinate with the groups that are doing this, and if that includes, actually paying postage for the mailings to the targeted audience, then I think this council should approve that.
I definitely
I'm just
support
really
that.
hesitant to do it citywide, and I'm hesitant to doing it to DC residents.
Could I just ask one question? Is it still possible to get a separate insert into the city newsletter, a separate sheet insert, or?
I'd have to check, Sabrina. I'm kind of doubtful because the deadline was about roughly a week ago. My guess would be it's in production. We could certainly check that.
And as far as the staff time involved, I would like to think that that the groups would be able to actually do the design of the flyer, and it would be basically the city's providing the printing and mailing costs, and some of the material that would go into it.
And based on the figures that Sabrina gave a minute ago, I did it quick and dirty, and for 8,000 households, it sounds like it's about $3,200.
Well within the city manager's purview.
I have to say that I agree with Terry. I think there needs to be more substance to it than simply saying there's a public hearing coming up. Particularly, I mean, those of us who have been involved in this for years and years and years, we know how significant, and how important this is. But people who haven't been might need more information than that. Rather than saying there's a hearing coming up, here's the website. I'm not sure for a lot of people, even people who might be affected by it, that that's going to be sufficient. I do think that there is an advantage to giving people a bit more information, I mean, even if it's just to sort of boil down the resolution and some references, website references, and say this is where you can go for some additional information.
I would like to suggest that having done a number of flyers, that it's often helpful to put in there what is the impact to you, the recipient. What is this going to mean to you if you don't come to the meeting? It's going to mean impact in the transportation. It's going to limit future expansion capabilities. Let people know why it's important for them to go to the meeting.
If I could just say, I mean, you're absolutely right. It's a challenge, and I generally agree that information is power, and there should be as much information disseminated as possible to as many people as possible. That said, we came to the decision to send a postcard simply for financial reasons. I mean, and reasons of convenience. It's a lot easier to do, and then to refer people to the website. I think if the city wanted to do something more substantive, you have a little bit more fiscal power than we do. We're volunteers who are paying for this out of our own pockets, which don't run very deep these days. So, if the city wanted to go in that direction, I think that would be great. And if you have the bulk mailing capability, to not be crippled by the postage, I think that that would be a great route for the city to take. And we'd be happy to coordinate. I mean, we've put together a couple of flyers, and certainly be happy to coordinate in that process and do whatever we can.
And I think we've seen in the last few weeks that you can get a lot of information on a postcard too.
I'm a little more optimistic maybe than some others, and maybe it's because I haven't been fighting this battle for 6 years, or I could be just naive. But I think we have a couple of things going for us in terms of a conclusion that will be in the best interest of the transit users. And one is, I think the staff work has just been outstanding, and the technical advice that we have received has also been good, extremely good and useful. And I think that we'll help people look with fresh eyes at the current situation in a way that perhaps they haven't over the past 5 or 6 years. I think we're bringing some new facts to life, and we're certainly illuminating existing facts in a new way. Certainly we pointed out some discrepancies in the staff work from WMATA that I think will be of interest, even to the most jaded individuals who may be involved in the decision making. And then finally, I think we're setting the record, establishing the record for improving that site in the future. And that also is a very important contribution. And then lastly, I think that, I can't imagine how difficult it is to run a complicated mass transit system in an area like Washington, D.C. And these folks have a huge responsibility. And certainly, they've had some challenges in the past with the acquisition of subway cars, with the difficulties they had in the paid parking lots, with sorting out the problems with the handicap shuttle service that they have. And they don't need, at this point, another fiasco on their hands. They really do not. This must go well for them, and I think that we should understand that their desire is to have this be successful. And so I think that they're going to listen very carefully to what everybody has to say. All the more reason to put our package together as best we can and to get every citizen in the town to come down and participate in these hearings. And I think if we do that, the chances of a positive outcome for the future of mass transit in this area will be enlarged quite a bit. So I want to thank you for all of your great work. Really quite persuasive.
I just want to check on one thing that I think I remember correctly, and if I do, I think it would be helpful to incorporate into the resolution. When various entities are asked for their idea of their future transit needs, like for additional bus routes or things like that, isn't a lot of that constrained by what there's funding for?
Yes, one of the issues that's been particularly difficult with this project is that the various operators of bus services, such as Ride-On and I believe Metro, really, they know that there may be demand for additional lines, but if it's not somewhere in their future capital budget, they can't say that it will happen. A body has to, at some point, put that in their long-term capital improvement
in their CIP.
That's right. So they can't say that there should be 13 bus bays here,
right.
because
I think what we need to do is to point out that just because there isn't currently funding in a capital program, it doesn't mean that a year from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, that won't be there, and that there will be funding if there's space to put that additional bus bay to hold that route or whatever it is. So that talking about future transit needs in that constrained way that they have to now doesn't speak to the broader issue longer term.
That's very important, and we'll come up with some language for that. It does raise the point that we haven't talked about this evening, and that is that it's not just Metro and Ride-On that are potential users for this facility. Already Walter Reed runs a shuttle out of there. The Montgomery College has been doing wonderful expansion, has a large number of its students from D.C. because they get the equal tuition, and it's very likely that there's going to want to expand their transit access from the Tacoma station. Currently, they do have a bus that runs close by, doesn't stop at the station. There's whole new concepts when Walter Reed gets redeveloped in some format, when the transit center and the new transit center that they're proposing at White Oak gets done, and we really don't know what the potential outcome is on Tacoma, but it's a good place to bring buses, and so it's a future opportunity that we don't want to preclude.
Maybe we should ask for a bay for the Berry trolley.
Well, also on that same point, not the trolley, but they use the number, I think it's 15 minutes headway, and when I'm taking the 16 bus home, I wait a long time at rush hour for the next 16 bus to come in. Now, is that an assumption that is based on current practice? What is the ideal standard for a city this large, an area this populous? Is 15 minutes reasonable?
I believe what you're referring to is a recommendation from the regional bus study that was done a number of years ago that would basically encourage moving towards that kind of a turnaround time. We don't currently have that.
Might be 5 minutes or 8 minutes or...
I mean, if you use the 15 bus, which doesn't come to the Tacoma, it comes every 5 minutes. And it's always, there's some routes that could run constantly. Mm-hmm. The Maple Avenue shuttle runs pretty frequently and is a very important resource. So depending on the different routes, there could be different headways. The issue then comes to how do you manage the bus bays, and that's part of where these layover spaces end up being important. If you, especially when there's traffic, you can't always predict exactly when the bus is going to arrive. It may come a little bit early, it might be a little bit late. You have to share the bus bays with the various routes. And Ride-On at the Tacoma Metro heavily uses their bus bays that are allocated for them for the various routes. At some point, you need more space. You need layover space because you've decreased the number of minutes between the various buses on the various routes, and you need more flexibility in terms of space for the times when there's crowding.
We haven't even talked about the absurdity of calling the median a layover space. But I mean, can I get back to the issue of the outreach? My understanding is it's going to go in the newsletter on the website. Are we going to contact the neighborhood associations, or council members going to take on that responsibility? Okay.
What I think staff was prepared to do was to basically prepare some information that you all could, since we don't have access necessarily to all the listservs, is just send something out to you all, and then you can certainly edit it as you feel appropriate, but ask for your assistance in getting that out on all the listservs in your particular wards.
And then to the affected groups, and you talked about people who had testified before, we're going to definitely mail to the people who testified, to the people we have names for? No? Yes.
For the last...
I think what I had talked to the city clerk about earlier this evening was, I think the last time this issue was before the city council was in the fall of '05, just about a year ago. And I talked to Jesse earlier today about, what format that information was in terms of doing a mailing to those individuals. Now, Sabrina, it sounded like that might be somewhat redundant with the list that you're already using.
Well, as I say, what we were planning to do is target, particularly affected neighborhoods. And I'm working on getting some mailing lists that go kind of street by street in those areas was where we were going. But other things that had been discussed were individuals who participated in the March 4th workshop, for example, and I think you have a list of those names.
Yes, we don't have all the addresses, but part of this is just kind of some workload of identifying addresses and getting mailing labels prepared. And so depending on the source, some sources are easier to do that than others.
I was just going to add in terms of the testimony issue of who would be a good person to articulate a particular issue because they live it, like the handicapped person or the person who lives in the apartment building right next door where there's not going to be any buffer anymore. Those kinds of people. We can certainly look at those who testified last fall, fall of '05, but also if any of you as council members know people who are in that category, that's more than a letter or a mailing. I think that's a phone call.
Or personal conversations, very
and
important.
Anybody who does seem to fit that category and is interested, you can certainly give them my phone number, that I'm happy to sort of work with them about their testimony to get it ready.
Okay. And then we talked about the flyers, and where did we come out in terms of the distribution of the flyers? Are we going to photocopy them and let them?
I think there seemed to be some interest from several council members. I know Councilmember Austin Lane had expressed some concern or questioned whether or not, it is a very time-consuming effort. I guess I'd really defer to you all whether or not you think that's, in practical terms, an effective mechanism for getting the word out or not.
Well, how does it happen for the newsletter every month?
Basically, they're delivered to every household.
Newsletters are mailed.
They're mailed.
Right. So how does that happen? Is that, I know the printing is done out of outside the city government, right?
Yes, the printing and the distribution.
The distribution for the newsletters is somewhat different because it's done by everybody within the zip code, and then a separate mailing list for additional people who are not in 20912.
Is there any reason we can't do that?
I don't know. I mean,
8,000. What did you say, Bruce? 8,000
it's more like 12,000 because it goes. 20912 goes outside the city limits quite a bit. So it's a...
Well, I'm confused. Like, it seems like we're trying to target and trying to mass distribute all at once. Couldn't we just go the easiest route, which is to mail it to everybody that we send a monthly newsletter to?
We could certainly do that. I think typically we've tried to take advantage of the newsletter as a means of getting information out to all city residents, and the timing worked out very well since it's just getting ready to go out.
The other issue that we need to, the other issue that is important is that if we do a bulk mailing or something in that category, we're not, it doesn't necessarily get it there that quickly, and we have to look at the timing of that and make sure that the people actually receive it in time.
Yeah,
And in fact, that's the part,
What
that is the
about
reason.
distributing flyers? What about having?
Yeah, I just want to mention, though, that when we did the mailing on the bond thing, we did it first class for the reason that we wanted to make sure that it would actually be distributed and, received in a timely manner.
How about the idea of flyers and getting them to the neighborhoods and see if we can get them
I mean,
distributed?
it certainly is easy for us to do, mass copying and have that information.
Yeah, that's no problem at all.
That's very quick.
Okay, it sounds like that might be more feasible, and that might be complementary with what you're talking about, Sabrina, because you're mailing, and if we were able to get, in some of the neighborhoods, it sounds like they're already doing their own, and maybe we can just make it available to the people who aren't already doing something of their own.
It would be, although who are you going to, it just occurred to me, who are you going to appeal to organize those volunteers? Because all due respect, I can't take that on.
No, we're not asking you to.
So I don't know who's going to do that at the neighborhood level. Are you going to appeal to the resident, the citizens associations, or who are you going to appeal to do that?
Maybe a way to sort of resolve this is to have council members contact the neighborhood associations that you deal with and see what would be the best way to get them out. Some neighborhood associations have newsletters of their own. They might be able to include something with. And a lot of them have email lists.
Wait. Let me just make sure I understand. We're talking about $3,200, right? Postcard to 8,000 households.
My suggestion originally was that we did targeted
Targeted means you have to come up with a mailing list.
and do it via mail.
I'm trying to get a mailing list that's already been put together by someone else, and just to use that list is what my plan was for targeted mailing.
Sabrina, may I ask you a question? Has your mailing gone out yet?
No, it hasn't.
Obviously, one of the things, if I may, Sabrina, that you had mentioned is a desire to have more substantive information out, but a concern about cost. And as I understood it, your mailing was going to go to both Tacoma Park residents in D.C.
That's right.
Recognizing, at least Councilmember Siemens expressed concern about doing mailings to D.C. residents. I guess with the council's concurrence, what I'd like to suggest is, since we were targeting some of the same groups who are most impacted, if you give me the latitude to work with Sabrina, focusing on the Tacoma Park side of the border, if you will, and we can work something out in partnership to try to get the information out in a cost-effective manner. That was one targeted group. Certainly that's not the only one, and I think staff would still be looking for input and assistance from each council member, as the city attorney alluded to, in terms of identifying individuals who fall into certain groups that we can all work with to craft testimony and facilitate their appearing at the compact hearing.
You've restated my suggestion in a much more succinct way. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that might be the optimal plan, is to try to do a little bit of both and target certain areas, certain groups for mailing, and then maybe also do a number of more informative flyers or whatever on the information that would go to neighborhood associations who might be able to get them out.
How many people does Trinity Church hold?
I'm sorry?
How many people do you think Trinity Church holds?
Let's see, what did they have? They had 12 tables of about 10 people.
There was about 200.
There are not going to be any tables at the compact hearing.
There won't be any tables at the compact
There
hearing.
was like 200. There's probably like 240 people at that.
At the
overall.
big one?
Yeah. But I think it will be really packed.
I'm sure it will be really
It won't
packed.
have tables. They'll have
It'll be
people lined up.
regular
I would
chairs.
guess 200 to 300 people could squeeze in there.
I was just trying to use that as a rule of thumb to estimate how many people total might be able to get in
But
there. But
we need to invite everyone, right?
Yeah.
We need to be inclusive. And
Right.
then if they choose to come or submit testimony, we have done our duty, which is to get the word out.
Yes, I agree with the city manager's idea of working cooperatively with Friends of Tacoma Transit that are already working on getting something out so that we don't duplicate efforts, but that we target where we can be most effective, and with the proviso that we will cover the Tacoma Park folks, and that maybe we can get more information out that way.
Yeah.
And I think that sounds like a good way of sort of coming up to it.
I do too.
One of the things.
And that same information be available to us so that we can broadcast it to our
Yes,
listeners.
absolutely.
I was assuming that was going to happen.
And one of the things that I would like to encourage, I mean,
In
I
addition to the
don't know
newsletter.
how my presentation was this evening, but if it comes across well in reviewing in the archives via Granicus, having a link to that item so that people can watch it and say,
Yeah.
oh my gosh, I really won't be able to drop him off at the Metro like I do every morning.
Yeah,
Is a
that's a
useful
very good
thing
idea.
to realize that just kind of how really it's profoundly different this proposal is to the way we're used to using the Tacoma Metro. So one of the things that is really helpful to have is that link to the
Yeah,
website.
I
and to
agree. I
our
think that is very helpful too.
presentations.
And between now and next week, people have additions, suggestions, whatever, to the resolution. They could get them to you or to one of us, and we will forward them on to you, Suzanne.
Suzanne, I have a couple I'll send you.
Great.
And so then we will have our final discussion and a vote on the resolution next Tuesday, not next Monday. We're not having a council meeting on Monday because it's Yom Kippur. But on Tuesday, October 3rd, we will have a discussion of this resolution, and the council will vote on the resolution. And so between now and next Tuesday would be the appropriate time for people to take a look at the resolution, send Suzanne or one of us comments, suggestions, ideas. Okay? All right. Anything else? All right. We're adjourned.
Thank you
Thank
very
you
much.
all. Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Sabrina, and thank you to staff for the excellent job you did on this.
Listen to sad songs all night long. Go home and think about you. Now I just want to know, what about tomorrow? Will it bring me happiness, or will it bring me sorrow? just before she go. This was the time we were through. Anita gone home. Anita gone home. She said now. Anita gone home. Anita gone home. Anita gone home. She said goodnight. Anita gone home. Now I ain't worth a nickel. I ain't worth a dime. I always thought she'd come back home to me. 'Cause off the time she'd tell me just before she go that I was the sweet misery. Anita gone home. Anita gone home. She said goodnight. Anita gone home. Anita gone home. Anita gone home. She said goodnight. Anita gone home. So take away my burden, take away my want, take away those nights of music too. Take away the sunshine and bring on lonesome me. But Anita done wrote a different tune. Anita gone home. Anita gone home. She said goodbye. Anita gone home. Anita gone home. Anita gone home. She said goodbye. Anita gone home. Anita gone home. Anita gone home. She said goodbye. Anita gone home. Anita gone home. Anita gone home. She said goodbye. like the dream I could forget. I like the dream that we'd never met. But every way I dream of you. And I'll always be true. But now you want somebody new. And it hurts me through and through. It breaks my heart in two, and I hear you say it's over now. Still I'd like to think so now. But every dream I'll dream with you. Yes, every dream I'll dream with you. Born like thunder in a broken down bed in the winter of '48. Learned to tell, came from an ace long before it was too late. Hit the road when a kid of 12, lost an eye at the age of 19. To a mountain of a man in a bottom ball and say left a little more me. John Carringer, he's bringing his love to town. Johnny Killinger, he's bringing his love around. They say he traveled throughout the West. He wasn't known to work very much. And the women all knew him everywhere, and they trembled at the thought of his touch. And all the men in the tank town bars didn't take a kindly to him, but hardly one ever said a word. They just stared through the lights down dim. John Killinger, he's bringing his love to town. Beware Johnny Killinger, he's bringing his love around. Wasn't known to have a good friend except for Montana Slim. And they'd meet in a town way up that way when the northwest winds blew. And they'd drink for a month without a break. If they were the rains, they'd leave as quickly as they could. Say goodbye to the weather machine. Beware John Killinger, he's bringing his love to town. Beware Johnny Killinger, he's bringing his love around. He sings to the stars, howls at the moon, prays for those in his way. He lives when he can't die, when he must have these cause he's better off that way. Ain't got no wife, ain't got no kids, ain't got no crazy little home. Ain't got no blood, ain't got no reason ever not wanna be alone. Beware John Killinger, he's bringing his love to town. Beware Johnny Killinger, he's bringing his love around. she don't know. We gone and laid down these here. It's alright, she won her walking boots. I can't believe she wants to let me go. Now this old heart's breaking, 'cause she ain't here with me. I remember way back in the day when she liked my company. I sit all day and watch TV. I'm still the same old me. I can't believe she wants to let me go. Now this old heart's breaking, 'cause she ain't by my side. I remember way back in the day when she was satisfied. I sit all day and drink my beer. I'm the same old sitting here. I can't believe she wants to let me go. No, I can't believe she wants to let me go. I can tell that you're changing. You're so far